for the invocation to be led by Member Noel Eleuterio Wenceslao.
Let us put ourselves in the holy presence of the Lord, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord, you have trusted us as stewards of your creation. Please guide our hearts as we make our decisions today. We seek you first in all we do together. Lord, we pray for hope, unity, and deep respect for one another. Lord, we pray for vision. May your vision fill our lives as we seek to reveal your love. We confess that we are nothing without you, and our trust is in you completely. We ask all this in the glorious name of Jesus. Amen. In the name of the Father and Son.
Secretary, what's the next order of business? Or please call the roll.
Honorable Nendelhans Abelia, Honorable Cicinio Andales, Honorable Nestor Archibald Sr., Honorable Alvin Arcilia, Honorable Roberto Cabarrubias, Honorable Marianida Cabrera, Honorable Gerardo Carrillo, Honorable James Anthony Cuenco, Honorable Alvin Dizon, Honorable Eugenio Gabuya Jr., Honorable Leia Hapson, Honorable Margarita Osmeña, Honorable Richard Osmeña, Honorable Mary Ann de los Santos, Honorable David Tumulak, Honorable Noel Eleuterio Wenceslao, and Honorable Philip Zafra. There are 12 members of this august body who are present today, Mr. Chair.
With 13 members present, including the chair, this council can now validly transact business having achieved the quorum requirement. Madam Secretary, what's the next order of business?
Item E, reading of the minutes of the previous regular session held on February 10, 2016, and let's dispense with an approval of the same.
Madam Majority Leader, Member Osmeña, please.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. I move for the I move to dispense with the reading. We don't have the minutes yet, Mr. Chair. The resume only.
What happened?
It's only the resume, Madam Chair.
I move for then
okay.
to dispense with the reading of the resume of the regular session held on February 10, 2016, and approve the same, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to approve the minutes or the resume of the previous regular session, and likewise for the approval of the same. Seconded. Is there any second so that we can go to discussion? Seconded by Member Archibald Sr. Discussion, Member Andales.
Yes. In the agenda, it's not the minutes. It's the minutes, but I would like to make a correction, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Because it was published in newspaper based on the proposed resolution of Honorable Abilia that what was published was
Not consistent.
not the approved resolution for outstanding individuals and for outstanding institution. So the recipient might believe that he is one of the awardees. So we want to make a correction. I don't know why it was published when what was approved is different from what is published in newspaper. So we want to make that in a proper perspective, Mr. Chair, because they might be coming, they might question also the check. Why is it that it was published in newspaper, the name appeared, and then it turns out that they are not the awardees of the Charter Day.
Take note the very valid observations of Member Andales, Madam Secretary, but you're sure that you did not you did not release the names as approved by the council.
I'm sure of it, Mr. Chair, because you haven't signed the approved resolution yet, so we haven't distributed the
correct.
resolution yet, Mr. Chair.
So it did not come from the council. It was
Absolutely not,
a
Mr. Chair.
premature disclosure
I think,
by someone else or from anyone
I think
else.
we have to make a correction there, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I think the Honorable Vice Chairman, Vice Mayor should do that so that they might,
We'll have that
the-
noted, and we will make the proper rectification to the newspaper who made that press release. Thank you,
Thank you,
Member
Chair.
Andales, for that very valid observation. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried. What's the next item, Madam Secretary?
Item F, appearance of the representatives from the Metro Cebu Development Coordinating Board, or MCDCB, in order to present the Mega Cebu 2015 vision. This is sponsored by Member Margarita Osmeña.
Do we have speakers for this particular item, Madam Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
How many?
Only one speaker, Mr. Chair.
Before we call on the speaker, may we request Member Osmeña to give us an insight what this hearing is all about. Member Osmeña, please.
Yes, again, Mr. Chair, good morning. This is to give respect to the request of the Metro Cebu Development Coordinating Board to present their program and their vision. So today is the opportunity for them to do so, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member Osmeña. Madam Secretary, please call the speaker.
We have the Communication Manager of Mega Cebu, Ms. Carol Ballesteros.
Ms. Carol Ballesteros, go. You have now the floor. You are recognized.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And members of this august body, good morning. We would like to thank you for allowing us to present. Basically, we have three items that we would like this august body to look into or perhaps approve a resolution. We would like first to show you the accomplishments of Mega Cebu, or the Metro Cebu Development and Coordinating Board last year, 2015. This is by way of a video of what we've done. We know that this body has approved the MCDCB, supported the MCDCB roadmap. So I just want to show you through a video the accomplishments, after which we will proceed with another item. If we may show the video.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you.
How long will it take, please?
Basically 4 minutes.
Okay.
I love Cebu. I love Cebu.
Pwede ba isagigit nato itong mga basura?
Pwede kayo. Daw paraiso ang kaanindot mo. Ang mga tao wag kay ikareklamo. Bisag asa ko paingon way puwas ang pagdaig ko.
Pwede ba nato pilihan ng mga butang na hindi mo sa recycled materials?
Pwede kayo, sir. Magpabilin ka, nindughan ko. I love Cebu. Bahandi ka, nindughan ko. I love Cebu. Isingit ko ning kalibutan. Ang
Kuya, pwede ba nato siguro ang drainage sa may tukod ng buildings?
Ang lang nga ikaw ipasigal ko. I love Cebu.
ba nga di ta maghugaw-hugaw sa tong palibot?
Pwede kayo.
Paingon way puas ang kalipay ko. Bisag asa ko paingon ni panghambog yun ka. Bisag asa ko paingon way puas ang pagdaig ko.
Kuya! Pwede ba natin gamitin ang kayo kung matabang? Hindi kayo.
Magpabiling ka ning dughan ko. I love Cebu. Bahandi ka ning dughan ko. I love Cebu. Isinggit ko ning kalibutan.
Ate, kuya. Pwede bang manginlabo ta sa mga pangitabo sa komunidad?
Pwede tayo. Angay, ikaw ipasigal buko. I love Cebu.
Manindot nga lugar, imong maduaw, bisag asa, di gyud ka maguol, buotang mga tao ang nuduol. Busa, asa pa ka, Cebu na ta, o higala manuroy ta, bisag asa, dali na.
Ate, kuya, pwede ba bisitahon nato una ang mga tourist spots sa Cebu sa ang ubang nasud?
Pwede kayo.
Daw paraiso ang kaanindot mo. Ang mga tao wag gid kay ikareklamo.
Pwede ba natin i-update ang kalimpyo sa atong mga drainage systems? Ang mga kanan tungod sa atong mga balay? Pwede kayo.
Bisag asa ko paingon way puas ang pagdaig ko. Magpabiling ka ning dughan ko. I love Cebu. Bahandi ka ning dughan ko. I love Cebu.
Sir, pwede ba ipasigarbo sa kadaghanan ang kanindot sa Cebu?
Pwede ka ayo.
Bisag asa ko paingon way puas ang kalipay ko. Bisag asa ko paingon ni panghambog yun ka. Bisag asa ko paingon way puas ang pagdaig ko.
Ate, pwede ba natin i-promote ang Cebu pinaagi sa social media?
Pwede kayo.
I love Cebu. Bahandi ka ning dughan ko. I love Cebu. Isinggit ko ning kalibutan. Angay, ikaw ipasigal buko. I love Cebu.
Manindot nga lugar, imong maduaw,
That's it, Honorable Chair. That's the accomplishments basically of the entire Mega Cebu in the meetings. There are workshops where big discussions are happening about infrastructure. The committee that I anchor in Mega Cebu is the communications, and we started doing this in 2013. When we first began, there was really zero visibility or knowledge about what Mega Cebu is. People were not aware what it was, so we had a massive campaign, and when we did a survey last year, July, as to the awareness level of Mega Cebu. On Facebook or online, we hit about 91% when we ask our stakeholders. But for face-to-face interviews, it's at 43%. Those at the grassroots still do not know what Mega Cebu is. We're very strong with the youth because we've done campaigns with the different school students. So the reason why we are here is we are requesting all of the councils that are really part of Mega Cebu in the Metro Cebu area, the 13 LGUs, including the province, the 14th, to pass a resolution that will really adopt our campaigns in Mega Cebu to strengthen the arm of Mega Cebu and strengthen the arm also of the business sector, the different stakeholders. We've gone from Cordova all the way. We've scheduled meetings, and we've done actually basically 6 already. We went to Minglanilla yesterday, and so we're here in Cebu City now, just so that we can have a stronger resolve to really have Mega Cebu inculcated in the minds of the public. Basically, what we're doing now is mindset changing. We're changing behaviors. The Pwede Kaayo campaign is really intended for the general public, whereas the engineers, DPWH, MCWD, DOT, they're discussing the big ticket, the bridge, the widening of the road. The public can actually start changing mindsets. It's through the Pwede Kaayo campaign that little things that we do actually contribute to a Mega Cebu, because the basura that we throw also contributes to flooding. So that's the reason why we have that campaign. What we would like actually the councils to do is to pass a resolution displaying all the Mega Cebu collaterals, materials, videos. We have a lot of Pwede Kaayo videos. If they can be played in public places, the stickers could be displayed perhaps in terminals, airports, collaterals. We have templates of how collaterals should look like. These are samples of the collateral so that people will really see it, because we are very visual. Next. We also have the Limpio Cebu campaign that we launched last year in September. Limpio Cebu is a campaign that we started in the Mega Cebu month, September, but we would like this to become a Saturday habit. In last year's learning visit in Vancouver and in Yokohama, they actually have a Saturday clean-up day. So, if we could just encourage all our stakeholders to go out of their offices, in the market, to go out and clean the surroundings from 7 to 9, just as we now have the different malls using paper during Saturdays, we could actually also encourage everyone to go out and clean their surroundings every Saturday, so that people will really start thinking of sharing in the Mega Cebu vision. Next. Also, during the Mega Cebu month, we would like to make the Mega Cebu month something like Sinulog, where there are banderitas displayed all around, so that there's more visual. And we actually have an objective this year. It's to land in the Guinness World Book of Records for the longest banderita from Karkar to Danao. We will do that, and with all of the visuals for Mega Cebu. Next. Those are samples of the banderitas. Next. So during the Mega Cebu month, we have several contests. We just would like to, again, inform this body that we have information contests like debate, extemporaneous speaking, that basically in the Mega Cebu month, it's really the Cebu schools and the Mandawi schools that have participated. So we are actually asking all the other LGUs to participate this year. Next. Okay. These are just some of the pictures of our activities last year. Now, for the Cebu brand, the lady, the Cebu Where the Heart Sings, that was one of the accomplishments of the Committee of HR Assets and Partnerships last year. We came up with an integrated Cebu brand, because while we are trying to fix infrastructure problems in Cebu, we would like to also be able to market it already outside, to invite more tourists, to increase the economy. And that's why the Cebu Where the Heart Sings is a project, is the result of a series of workshops starting in May of last year. It was participated by different stakeholders, all the LGUs, the province, DOT, all the major players in the tourism sector, and we came up with that Cebu Where the Heart Sings. And we would like to request this August body to also pass a resolution for the different tourism offices, business establishments to adopt it, to display it, so that we will be able to really give massive exposure to the brand, so that we can invite tourists to come to Cebu. This is the brand, Cebu Where the Heart Sings. If we could have a widget or the logo in the different tourism offices of this brand, and encourage our business sector to also have a section there in the area where they display souvenir items for the brand to be displayed and the video to be displayed. We are actually now composing or making a jingle, which would, because the background that we used earlier, the I Love Cebu, is not really the jingle of the Where's the Heart Sings, but for the lack of the jingle, we're using that. But when we have the jingle Where the Heart Sings, that's what we're going to be using in our campaign materials, which we'll be providing all the tourism offices with copies. That's basically it, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Carol. Any rejoinder, any comment, any question from the members of the council? Yes, Member Angeles, please.
This is a question that we have to support Mega Cebu, but there is still a bill pending before Congress for approval of Mega Cebu.
Yes, the authority.
We have, okay, it involves the same
yes.
Municipalities, cities.
No, well, the bill is called Mega Cebu Development Authority. They didn't name it as Metro Cebu because we would like to really involve all the other LGUs outside of Metro Cebu. It's the provisions there is open for other LGUs to join if they would like to join. But for now, it's really Metro Cebu where the problem is.
So Metro Cebu and Mega Cebu is two distinct.
No. The body is called Metro Cebu Development Authority.
Okay.
It will be called Mega Cebu Development Authority. That's what the board approved, so that it will be inclusive of all the other LGUs.
Thank you.
Ms. Carol, yes, Member Osmeña. Yes, go ahead, Member Osmeña.
Morning. Thank you very much for that presentation. And it's really very good, Carol. But like Cebu City, I think even yesterday had a meeting in CHAC, and regarding our own Cebu hymn. So how do, that is also one factor that we have to take into consideration, that each local government unit might also have its own hymn, no? So to adapt that as for everybody else, we'll have to find a way that we give respect to each other. And also, as far as making September, I think you mentioned September as the mega
Cebu
month. If I'm not mistaken, the Tourism Commission of Cebu City has also plans to make September the tourism month for Cebu City.
Which is good because we're now we have the same month.
Yes, but yes, I'm sure that the ideas can merge into each other with respect, with giving each other equal and balancing actually.
Yes, ma'am.
The both. But again, I don't fully understand how you have a copy of the resolution a draft of the resolution that you would like us to adopt.
Yes.
What are we adopting? The logo, the song,
the logo, and then the activities. You can have your own. The logo, the song. Now, just to clarify, the logo of the Cebu brand is the question. Where the Heart Sings. Actually, each LGU, of course, has its own tourism brand. For example, Consolacion, they have this Weave Passion Consolacion or something. And Lapu-Lapu has its own. And that's very good. The Cebu brand is the brand of the entire province. And all the other LGUs in the province, of course, they have their own local tourism brand. When Cebu City, as a city, goes out and markets Cebu City in terms of tourism, of course, it carries its own distinct brand, where we have the Santo Niño.
Yes, I could, now maybe like where the heart sings, but it has different songs, no? The heart can sing different songs.
Yes, yes. And that's exactly also why, if you see the icon, which is the lady, okay, we specifically decided to just put the heart there because other LGUs have different icons, like Liloan has its Rosquillos, but definitely we are an island of festivals. In all of these LGUs, we have festivals. And then in all of our unifying factor there is we love to sing, and our heart, we have the passion. And so that's it. But each LGU has its own tourism brand. But when, for example, DOT will market the island of Cebu, okay, then they will use the Where the Heart Sings. It's just like, Philippines has its own, it's more fun in the Philippines. In Cebu, it's Where the Heart Sings. Cebu City, it could be something else. But you could also adapt it if you want and use it for your own.
Thank you. Yeah, the Mega Cebu is composed of local government units. And
Yes.
I've noticed from your presentation
Yes,
that it
Mr.
goes
Chair.
far south as Karkar.
Yes, Karkar, as defined by the Regional Development Council, it is the 13 LGUs, 7 cities and 6 municipalities. From Karkar to Danao. That's where we are starting now. But eventually, the fact that we call it Mega Cebu, it's because in population terms, when an area reaches 10 million, it's mega population. And Metro Cebu alone will not hit 10 million in 50 years. It's just going to be 5 million in the projection. But the 12 million is the entire province of Cebu. Hence, we will become mega. So we're really just preparing for that.
So you're not closing your doors
No,
to the other
no.
local government units if
No,
they so
no.
desire.
We were already questioned by the provincial board about that when we also asked them to support it. And we're saying that that's why we're calling it mega. And the bill, what's being passed is, it's Mega Cebu Development Authority.
Thank you. Any more question? There being none, we can now excuse
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Member Dizon.
Thank you,
please.
Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would like to say that I'm with you in building a vision of an inclusive and sustainable city. And this humble representation believes that we can begin this task of building a sustainable and inclusive city by first respecting the rights of the poor. I just want to make sure, Mr. Chairman, Madam Speaker, that if we support Mega Cebu, kung ang roadmap nga i-pursue sa Metro Cebu, sa Mega Cebu includes the urban poor?
Of course.
Does it include the urban poor?
Of course, yes, it does.
Because
It
the
does.
urban poor, despite their poverty,
Of course.
Madam Speaker, are assets and not liability of the city.
Yes.
Especially when we are able to harness them. So I just want to manifest that.
Actually, thank you very much for that expression of your concern. The vision of Mega Cebu is inclusive. As a matter of fact, in the shortcut of the vision, which is kind of long, is waves. We want to create a Mega Cebu that's wholesome, advanced, vibrant, equitable, and sustainable. And equitable meaning all sectors of society are included. Inclusive growth. So the urban poor is top of our priority.
Thank you.
Because
Any more
I'm quite
questions?
interested with your statement early on, Madam Speaker, nga sa mga paramount objective in launching this campaign is changing behaviors.
Yes.
I think if we want to change, if we want to pursue this objective of changing behaviors, mas may siguro magsugod sa atong mga local government officials. We need to change their mindset, no? Kay usay ang tan-aw gud sa mga bureaucrats, murag ang the kind of development nga gusto nilang i-pursue is not inclusive, no? They want to pursue development at the expense of the poor.
Understood.
So mo na gusto lang na akong i-point
Yes.
out. Thank you.
As a matter of fact, one more, Mr. Chair. What we are doing now is conducting focus group discussions amongst the different urban poor sectors, asking them for their thoughts on, of course, the present situation, their dreams, their aspirations, what they would like to happen to them, their problems, and we're going to be presenting the results to the different candidates. We are planning to have a candidates forum, a series of forum, anyway, a fora, so that we could tell the different candidates the wishes of the urban poor, so that they will include it in their platforms.
I'm with you 100%.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Any more question? Member Carillo?
Yes, although I'm fully supportive of the concept of Mega Cebu, but the connection between each local government units, is that by way of coordination, or under what authority would that each local government unit would bind, by way of a agreement, or is it by way of just coexistence? Because I understand there's a need, a urgent need for each government units to really coordinate so that basic delivery of services such as drainage, such as traffic system, garbage collection, and alike should also be coordinated. And sometimes each local government unit would resist each other, and that's the reason why there is a failure of governance.
Yes.
Like, for example, Cebu City has a problem of disposing its garbage. Now that we try to coordinate with Talisay, the Talisay government would refuse garbage coming from the city. And likewise, Consolacion. We are now throwing garbage to Consolacion. If our garbage truck passes Mandawi, they will not also agree. So that's the reason why, although this is actually probably because each local government unit is autonomous by its own. So at the end of the day, what Mega Cebu would like to attain is that by coordination,
Yes.
by exactly putting up an authority where local government units somehow has to surrender their authority, their power to that Mega Cebu Development Authority. Is that the concept?
No, actually, each LGU is autonomous. We will always respect that. Issues affecting the LGU in itself, the LGU will be the one to handle that. What Mega Cebu is taking care of are transboundary issues that affect two or more LGUs. Like, for example, you just mentioned the waste disposal, or the solid waste management. There are now in the planning board an integrated septage plan that's being done, and all the other plans that affect more than just two LGUs, that's still being handled. There's a feasibility study. But the authority, of course, will ensure that there is coordination and proper and harmonious cooperation between the LGUs.
Thank you. So we have no more questions. So we can now excuse Ms. Carol Go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Any motion in connection with this public hearing?
Motion to terminate.
There's a motion to terminate, seconded by Member Hapson. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Corollary motion, Mr. Chairman.
Corollary motion, Member Dizon.
Having heard from the presentation of Mega Cebu, may I now move to adopt, endorse, and implement the Mega Cebu communication information programs, projects, campaigns, and tools. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion of Member Dizon, seconded by Member Archibald Sr. Discussion, objection.
Discussion, Mr. Chairman.
Discussion,
Discussion,
Member
Mr. Chair.
Are we
Discussion,
talking about
Member
the-
Carillo, then Member Andales.
Are we talking about the resolution which was distributed just recently, or are we talking about in generic terms that we are supporting the presentation? I'm asking the movement, Mr. Chair, if we are talking about the resolution recently being distributed, or are we talking in general terms supporting and endorsing the campaign, Mega Cebu logo and other tools, Mega Cebu month, Cebu integrated brand, and Mega Cebu Pwede Kayo campaign? Is this all about, or are we talking here of this paper or resolution that was distributed?
Yeah, the draft resolution issued by the Mega Cebu advocates. That's the one.
Can I have
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
question
Member
of the
Angeles.
proponent? Here in the proposed resolution adopting, endorsing, implementing, this is the one, Mega Cebu Communication Information Programs. This
Yes,
is the one?
that's the one.
Yeah, but says here, endorse and sign also memorandum of agreement. Is there a copy of the memorandum of agreement supporting the planning, implementation? We want to have a copy.
Chairman.
Because we cannot just endorse anything wherein documents is still lacking.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, I'm just moving, Mr. Chairman,
Just on the speech.
on the
Just
speech,
yeah.
the
Support of the
general
on the
terms,
speech.
in support
Not necessarily on this paper that has been
not
submitted.
necessarily on
today.
this paper, Mr.
Just on the
Chairman.
speech.
In general
just,
terms, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, just on the speech, but not necessarily on this paper submitted by Mega Cebu. We will dwell on this perhaps in the next session. So,
So, in
yes,
other words,
member.
we just take note of that, of
Yes.
the speech. I mean, we are not adopting anything here. We
Member
just take
Dizon.
note of the speech as part of the, regular session.
Yeah, just have it.
Yes,
no-
I
Chairman,
submit,
Mr.
I
Chairman.
submit, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Chairman.
thank you, Member Dizon.
Mr. Chairman,
Sec-
before,
yes, Member
before going into
Siwal,
that,
Senior.
can I have 1 minute recess to clarify things? 1
Okay.
minute.
1 minute recess. Session is now resumed. Where's Member Dizon? Please. Can we have another recess to wait for Member Dizon? Let's resume now. Anyway, who will take the cudgel for Member Dizon? Because during the recess, I think Member Dizon yielded to the suggestion of Member Andales and Member Archival Senior that we'll just have it noted. Yes. There's a motion to note, seconded by Member Andales.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just inquiry. Sorry for the late reaction, Mr. Chair.
It's all right.
Mr. Chair, I just would like to inquire if was there any other agency of this kind who also has the same vision, Mr. Chair, as Mega Cebu?
I am not in a position to answer that
There is
question.
a
Yes,
green
yes.
law.
Yeah, precisely,
similar to
Mr.
that,
Chair, because
yes,
I
but
remember
yeah,
before
not Mega
somebody
Cebu.
presented here about the Green Loop program.
Green Loop program, yes.
That is why I'm asking if is there any other agency who has the same vision with Mega Cebu?
I think there are many other institutions who have also this.
Because if we're going to...
Green Loop is a part of Mega Cebu.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I think
Yes, Member
NIDA
Cabrera.
I think NIDA is adopting the Mega Cebu concept, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay. So,
Only Mega Cebu
Mega
who
Cebu.
has this vision for Cebu City, Mr. Chair.
Member Dizon? Yeah. I understand that during the recess, you yielded to the suggestion that this has just to be noted, and the proposed resolution will have to be delved into and passed upon by the council and a plenary. Member Dizon?
That's correct, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you. So there's a motion to note of Member Dizon, seconded by Member Andales. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Member.
corollary motion.
Corollary motion, members.
I move for a joint referral
Yes.
of this draft of the resolution submitted by Mega Cebu to the committees on law and the committee on urban planning, Mr.
There's
Chair.
a motion, corollary motion, the members Mania to join, to refer this letter or proposed resolution
Chairman.
of Mega Cebu.
Mr.
Seconded.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, let's have the seconded before it's proper
Second.
discussion. Seconded by Member De Los Santos. Discussion now.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Member Hapson.
may I suggest the proponent, Mr. Chair, to refer also to the Chairman Committee on Environment?
But
if the
Member
proponent will
Osmeña,
agree.
would you yield to this suggestion?
Yes, of course, Mr. Chair. I yield.
Environment, laws, urban planning, and Member Archival?
I would like also to request, Mr. Chairman, that it could be the chairman for social services because it
Also,
deals
social
also
services, Member Osmeña?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So any other
Yes, point of discussion.
discussion? Okay.
Now, this should be referred to different committees. Supposing the committee would like to ask some documents, to whom we are going to address? Because the resolution is not signed by anybody. It's just LGU Resolution 2016.
If there are queries or
If there are
clarifications,
queries, I mean,
should it be addressed to Ms. Carol Go? If there are queries regarding clarificatory matters which these committees would like to propound, and would it be addressed to you, Ms.?
can we ask Ms. Go to just
Take the podium.
podium here?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are actually several chairs in Mega Cebu in charge of different things like, for example, the Green Loop, the infrastructure, utilities, and then spatial planning. And since we have brought in all of those committees, I would have to refer to the different chair, but I can act as liaison. Yeah, so that there's just one contact person, and I will be informing the different committee chairs.
Yeah, just for the record, kindly tell us your address. How could you be contacted? If
Yes,
there is an email?
I'm with Rafi,
Yes.
and my phone number is in the
Secretariat.
Secretariat. Yes.
And also perhaps the email address.
Yes, yes. I'll write it down, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any more question? There being
Mr.
none.
Chair,
Yes. Member Gabo.
The Secretariat had informed me earlier that there was a MOA already signed. Can we have it, Mr. Chairman, so that it can be incorporated later on?
Madam Secretary, please take note of the observations of Member Gabuya Jr. Furnish
Noted,
all
Mr.
members a
Chair.
copy list.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I've sent somebody there.
Thank you, Member Gabuya Jr. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried. What's the next item, Madam Secretary, in the order of business?
The next is item G, a public hearing on the following matters. Number 1, the proposed ordinance of Member Leah Hobson entitled An Ordinance Requiring Establishments Engaged in the Hotel Industry to put up a poster or notice against human trafficking and providing penalties thereof.
How many speakers do we have, Madam
We
Secretary?
have 2 speakers, Mr. Chair.
Okay, before we call on the speakers, maybe I request Member Hobson to give us a short or an insight of what this proposed measure is all about and what to expect in this public hearing. Member Hobson, you have the
Thank
floor.
you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. The trafficking in persons, especially women and children, is a global concern that needs a proactive and coordinated response at all levels. The Cebu City government recognizes the perils of human trafficking that the 12 Sangguniang Panglungsod passed into law last November 26, 2008, City Ordinance number 2163. The Cebu City Interagency Council Against Trafficking, the CCIACAT, noticed that one of the areas where human trafficking can be committed is in the hotel industry. The proposed ordinance, Mr. Chair, would have all hotel industries establishments in the city to place a poster with inscription, "Zero Tolerance from Human Trafficking." We will report any suspicious activity and cooperate with the law enforcement in the investigation of cases at the front entrance door and should be visible enough to the passing public. In today's public hearing, Mr. Chair, we have invited stakeholders so we would know their viewpoint of this proposed ordinance and maybe to incorporate some of their inputs and concerns, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member Hobson. Madam Secretary, please call down the speakers.
Our first speaker is the Manager on Community Mobilization of the International Justice Mission, Ms. Catherine Muga Noveda.
Mrs. Novida, you have now the floor. You are recognized.
Thank you. A pleasant morning to everyone. Honorable Labelia, and to all honorable council members of the 13th Sangguniang Panglungsod of Cebu City. As an organization that joins the city in its campaign to end human trafficking in Cebu, the International Justice Mission expresses its support to the proposed ordinance entitled An Ordinance Requiring Establishments Engaged in the Hotel Industry to put up a poster or notice against human trafficking and providing penalties thereof. Hotels, inns, lodging, and pension houses are some of many venues that traffickers use to exploit their victims. Traffickers and sex tourists are capitalizing on the lack of awareness around this issue within the hotel industry. All too often, they continue to abuse their victims behind hotel doors unchecked because either because the management doesn't know what to look for or is not even aware that human trafficking can happen at their hotels. In some cases, hotel management may be aware of the abuse but chooses to be silent and passive about it. If Cebu City, being a tourist destination, is to truly eradicate human trafficking, it is essential that the hotel industry recognize the central role it plays in not only responding to modern slavery, but preventing it in the first place. Hotel managements should increasingly recognize the unique role that they can play in preventing and disrupting this crime. Not only should they not tolerate human trafficking, but most importantly, they should make a bold statement and take action against it. This proposed ordinance is an effective way of engaging the hotel industry in crime prevention and deterrence of sex tourism in the city. It is our sincere hope that the Council will act on behalf of the best interest of your constituents, especially our women and children who lay prey to sex traffickers, by arguing and ultimately voting in favor of this ordinance currently under deliberation. IJM values the integrity and conviction of our positions in the earlier passage and implementation of the city's anti-trafficking ordinance and amendments thereto. And so, we are confident that you will act courageously and clearly in reinforcing the city's campaign against human trafficking by passing this proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Is there any rejoinder, any comment, any observation? There being none, can we now excuse Mrs. Noveda? You're now excused, Mrs. Noveda. Who's the next speaker, Madam Secretary?
Our next speaker is from CCPO Women's Desk, Police Inspector Ariesa Otida.
Police Inspector.
A pleasant morning, Mr. Chair, and to the Honorable Council. Allow me to read to you the position paper of the Women and Children Protection Desk of Cebu City Police Office. An ordinance requiring establishments engaged in the hotel industry to put up a poster or notice against human trafficking and providing penalties thereof. Whereas Women and Children Protection Desk and Family, Juvenile, and Gender Sensitivity Section of Cebu City Police Office is one in your objective of protecting the welfare of our community, especially children who are victims of violence like human trafficking. Whereas our office found the urgency of having this kind of initiative to put up notice posters in hotel establishments against human trafficking. Whereas our office fully supports the intent of the Honorable Council as one way of assessing the hotel industry that they are one in our pursuit of fighting human trafficking. Whereas it has been observed and often reported that most cases of exploitation brought by human trafficking found these places as heaven of the commission of the offense. Whereas Women and Children Protection Desk and Family, Juvenile, and Gender Sensitivity Section of Cebu City Police Office finds the said ordinance useful and imperative, especially in our combat against human trafficking. Our prayer, wherefore Women and Children Protection Desk and Family, Juvenile, and Gender Sensitivity Section of Cebu City Police Office prays for the approval and implementation of herein ordinance and that such ordinance be enforced accordingly. Mr. Chair, it is not included in the position paper, but I would like to air out our sentiment in behalf of the law enforcement of Cebu City Police Office, and might as well include the WCPC, who is in the new office right now, whose concern is the fighting against human trafficking. Since this ordinance is already, we are now crafting this kind of ordinance, can we might as well include also the mode of reporting of the hotel establishments or the hotel industry to the police stations, or if not to the PNP Region 7, so that we will have a monitoring on these foreign nationals, or if not these offenders who are prospects of human trafficking? Because at this point, there are some hotel establishments right now who are also reporting to us, and yet not all of them are reporting, but we want them. They are giving us documents or other monitoring reports, but we can never monitor the movements of these foreign nationals, actually, who are one of the perpetrators of human trafficking. So that's why can we have this mode of reporting be imparted in this ordinance, so that it would be easy for us to monitor such kind of offenders. Thank you, sir.
Thank
That
you.
would be
And I
all.
think the proponent will take note of this observation, Member Hapson. Any question, any rejoinder, any comment?
Just,
Member Andales, please.
Yeah. Would you agree that the posters and notice against human trafficking motels also should be included?
Yes, sir. As entitled in the ordinance, I think.
It is hotel
Yes.
only. Not
No, sir. Not all. I think those who are in the hotel industry. should
only.
I say.
Excluding motel.
That is already, if I am not mistaken, sir, that is already included in the hotel industry, the motels, inns, and other pension houses.
Okay.
Yes, Madam. Yes, Member Hapson. Yes, Member Osmeña.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Morning. May I suggest that since you were requesting for a reporting system that would be easy for you, to follow and to understand and to be uniform, if this ordinance be passed, may I suggest that perhaps you can give a draft of the kind of reporting that will make it easier for you to follow?
Yes, ma'am. I will do that, ma'am. I will give that proposal.
Give a draft to the proponent.
Yes, ma'am. If the council be amenable for that proposal, ma'am.
Thank you.
Certainly. Submit it to the office of Member Hapson.
Yes, sir. I will do that, sir.
Any more question? There being none, we can now excuse the police inspector.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So, do we have some more speakers on this item, Madam
No more
Secretary?
speakers, Mr. Chair.
It's the pleasure of the body.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Member Hapson.
May I ask the Secretariat, Mr. Chair, if we invited the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and the Department of Tourism, Mr. Chair?
Madam Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have here the list of all the invites, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
We
Member
invited them, but they're not here, Mr. Chair.
So what's the pleasure of the body now? That
Move
we
to
have
terminate,
There's
Mr.
a
Chair.
motion to terminate by Member Hapson, seconded by Member Andales. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried. What's the next order of business, Madam Secretary?
Our next matter for the public hearing for today is the proposed ordinance of Member Roberto Cabarrubias entitled An Ordinance Establishing and Adopting a Paperless Application Process for Building Permits in the Office of the Building Official of Cebu City.
Do we have speakers, Madam Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we only have one speaker,
One
Mr.
speaker.
Chair.
So before we call on the single speaker, may we ask the Member Cabarrubias to give us an insight on this proposed measure?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The building code states that regulations on building permit, inspection, and other fees and other compliance with the same shall be covered by city ordinances. It has been widely known that Producing reams of papers requires cutting down trees and releasing of chemical-laden water to rivers and seas to the detriment of our natural resources. It is imperative that considerate action be taken by every individual and entity in protecting the environment so that the same may be preserved to the benefit of the present and the future generations. The advancement of technology has created an opportunity for Cebu City to contribute to the protection and conservation of Mother Earth by promoting the efficient use of paper and some extent minimize the use of the same. The utilization of technological innovations could likewise facilitate the perpetual preservation of records. Therefore, this ordinance will be proposed to the public. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Member Cabarubias. Madam Secretary, please call on the speaker.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, we have two speakers
Two
now from
speakers.
now. Yes, Mr. Chair, and the first speaker is from Obo, Architect Florante Catalan.
Architect Catalan, you have now the floor. You're recognized.
Maayong buntag, Vice Mayor, and sa tanan mga konsehal ug sa tanang mga architects and engineers nga naa karon dire. I am Architect Catalan, Assistant Local Building Official at Obo, Cebu City. Ang ako lang i-present karon buntaga is the comparison between the processing of existing processing karon and the proposed kung ma-approve ang ordinance. Sa existing processing sa building permit karon sa Office of the Building Official, kinahanglan ta og unom ka set of building plans with the supporting documents or requirements. But in the proposed ordinance on paperless processing of building permits, kita ninyo ang unom ka set. Sa proposed, usa na lang ka set ang atong pangayoon plus 1 CD. Sa problem nga na-encounter na mo during the conversation of the architects is this one. The signature of the architect, I'm sorry, dili kayo maklaro, and the signature of the applicant. Kay basin daw kuno og madoble ang ilang trabaho kay ipa-plat pa, and then papirmahan, and then scan. Now, with this ordinance, pwede man nato incorporate na daan before plotting the building plans and all plans together with the architectural, tanan, electrical, plumbing. Pwede sila pirmahan daan electronic, ma-encode na daan sa atong gitawag nga AutoCAD, the architects or the professional who sign, and the what we call the applicant. Another comparison is the existing processing of building permits. Moagi na siya og napo ka section heads. One at a time. So dili siya dungan. Example, mag-una siya sa uban mga sections, tagsa-tagsa, until mahuman ang napo. With the new ordinance or the proposed paperless processing, 10 gapon ka sections ang mo process but dungan na sila tanan. Mana siya ang dapat mahitabo. So with this one, ang existing nato nga processing karon sa Obo is 15 working days prior sila makakuha sa building permit. Sa ato ang bag-o is pwede na natong usa ka adlaw or less to process. So if releasing na, ang madawat sa applicant or the owner is the one copy of CD nga signature na namo and one set of hard copy, one set of hard copy nga approved sa atong office of the Elevation. That's all, and good morning.
Thank you. Architect Catalan?
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Yes, Member Arcilia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, may buntag.
Morning, sir.
Ang ako lang pangutana ba, since paperless ni siya, no, ang akong pangutana mo jive ba ni between connections sa ubo ug sa applicant? More or less, my question is, no, sa imong gi-mention kanina, murag naam to stage, no, pila ka tao mo approve. Through internet, for example, apply ko og building permit, makit-an ba nako unsay status sa akong building permit or unsay mga another documents needed para ma-approve ang building permit?
Yes, sir.
So,
Through
kaning proposed ordinance?
Maski wala pa ning proposed nga ordinance, we have what we call the OBO IS, OBO Information System, nga gipa-implement na nato way back 2012, and proudly present that one that we won over 58 LGU with that system. So bisag ikaw nga naa sa balay mo, text lang ka, what is the status of my permit, the system will automatically respond to you. If mahuman na og process with that system, the system also automatically texts, pwede na kang magbayad sa imong building permit. So katulo lang with that system, katulo lang mo adto ang applicant mag-submit, magbayad, and mag-claim sa permits.
Follow-up questions.
Yes, go ahead.
What if naay lacking documents, no, unsaon paghibaw sa applicant?
Sama sa among gisulti, sir, i-process na siya the whole section heads, inig print out nato sa deficiency sheets, automatic atong system mo text.
So more or less
to the applicant.
And may second questions, follow-up questions ba? In a day, how many building permit ma-release sa inyo office?
First, ma-receive na to 10 to 15, more or less ingon ana po ang atong ma-release.
More or less, can you give us figure of how many building permits has been released in your office? Approved building permit in a day.
For last year,
if possible, you can give us just only an estimate in a day. How many building permits you released in your office? Considering that actually, based on what you are talking about, there is already an existing system installed in your office. So it's very easy to get the figure, considering that there is already systems implemented in Office of the Building Official. So can you give us how many permits in a day approved by your office?
mag-range siya, sir, mga 15 to 20 applications, building permit issued.
In a day, how many 10
to 15, more or less. Last year, we have an application of 1,400 plus for the year of 2015. But with this system, kaya na nga huwaton sa aplikante ang iyahang application. Kaya na itong i-process within a day. Kay dungan naman siya. Compare magud ang system magud nato karon is one at a time. But if this ordinance approved, then we will make an adjustment sa system. The mix is are here, and then we talk na already, and then nag-wait na lang for the approval of this grant. So kaya na to.
Thank you, Member Arcilia. Member Osmania, please.
Yes, good morning.
Morning po.
In relation lang to the OBO, Mr. Chair, I just want to share that there have been several concerns because the OBO is already supposed to be a separate office, correct? And there should be a permanent department head. And as of now, it is still, that has not been implemented. Am I correct?
Wala pa, ma'am.
Wala pa, no? So, ang sa pagkakaroon, the OIC, of course, is Attorney Engineer Poblete. But there have been concerns that have been raised by the, some stakeholders, no? That the signature of Engineer or Attorney Poblete as the OBO head may not be valid as he is not the permanent head, and he might, perhaps, I am not very clear on this, but he has not, his being there has not complied with certain requirements that must be met before his signature can be recognized as official. So I'm just bringing that up, and maybe you can share with us what you do know.
Okay, ikaw nga building official, ang ato ang balaod is once nga city engineer ka, automatic siya nga building official. Kung wala pa'y opisina, kung wala pang office. Karon gi-create na ang office, na, but the city wala pa nag-hire as department head sa office. For the concern of Attorney Engineer Jose Maripoblete, I cannot answer that with that. Maybe we will ask.
Okay, so you would not be in a position to
Madam,
answer that.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chair,
Yes, Member Cabrera.
no,
please.
Engineer, so what would be the requirements to be the official designate building official?
1, architects or civil engineer. 2,
Yeah.
at least 5 years experience.
Yes.
And then active on any organization like UAP or PICE. Actually, ma'am, last August 14, 2015, they opened the position for the building official.
Yes.
Until now, we don't have pa any schedule for the interview.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
So,
Member Cabrera.
if there are some queries, for example, there are some contractors who asked us, so what would be the stand of the of the OIC now of this in this of the as our building officials?
Maybe I will ask Attorney Jomar about that one. I cannot
Okay, there
answer
are some complaint already.
Okay, I will just inform him.
Yes.
Yes, Member Andalas.
Now, you are in favor of this paperless.
Yes,
Huh?
of course, sir.
Okay. But we have also an ordinance promoting paper bags in the groceries. Will it be inconsistent that we want to prevent cutting of trees, and then we want a paperless, and then we also promote paper bags in the
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair.
Sometimes we cannot understand the government. That is why we cannot, because we are promoting, planting of trees in the mountains. But yet, when there is a subdivision, it's a DNR who will allow the cutting of trees. I mean,
Mr. Chair.
these are inconsistencies
Yeah.
as far
No,
as
no,
the government is concerned.
Mr. Chair.
The environmentalist will answer that.
Yeah, this move, Mr. Chair, is healthy for the environment, and I'm in favor with this ordinance, Mr. Chair.
So any more question to Architect Catalan?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Member Archival Senior.
There was a question about the building official, and I'd just like to ask the speaker that there was this ordinance, if my recollection is still correct, that there is a city architect.
Yes, sir. And
this is already approved.
it is approved, and then wala pa'y tao.
What is the reason?
I don't know with the city. Maybe the budget.
Well, as you know,
Wala
Mr.
pa
Chairman,
i-open.
this city is one of the best cities in, prime city in
Dapat
the Philippines,
ma-open
and
para na mag-apply.
we don't have a permanent person who is in charge of the office of the building officials. At the same time, there is no city architect. I think it's about time that we need to fill in that positions already, because these are very important positions that is very relevant to the to the development of the city. So right
Mr.
now
Chair.
there is none. So what would be the move in order that the city OBO officer and city architect would be installed? It should be coming from the executive department.
Again, sir?
What is needed for the OBO and the city architect to be installed? The budget or?
Budget ang problema.
But I think it is under an ordinance. In that ordinance, there is already a budget.
There is, but I think wala na approve.
Wala na approve?
Wala na approve.
I think the ordinance was approved. It's just a matter of implementing it.
But we don't have budget in our office of the building official. Gamay lang ang budget namo for the personnel and gamay nga mga works.
Oh, last question, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead,
The
member.
office of the building official is separate office from that of the city architect, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Member
Chair.
Archibald Senior. Member Hapson.
Thank you.
Good morning, Architect.
There's a question from Member Hapson.
Nalang ko follow-up question. You said earlier that wala siya na-hire kay walay whatever. Akong question is, kinsa may mo open nga mo hire ta og department head sa OBO or katong architect? Mo nang kay ingon man kaganina wala na open. So kinsa may mo request sa HR nga mo open to didto nga mag-hire ta? Kinsa man?
I think the city,
Meaning the mayor.
maybe. Yes.
Kay, as I understand, in every department, like, let's say, City Health, the department head will request nga mo-open ni siya nga item. So, in your case, sa inyong department, ang
Sa among nga case, sa Office of the Building Official, opened na. But wala pa nabutangan. Wala pa na interview.
nanay ni apply.
Nanay nang apply, tulo ka buok. Usa
Just
kwarto.
when man na-happen?
Last August 14 ang...
Almost 1 year?
Maybe, I don't know. Basta last August 14 ang among submission sa requirements.
Do you have any information as to why nga nung na-interview or
I will
mag-election
ask-
ban na?
I will ask pa the HRDO.
Thank you.
Thank you. So,
This point,
Architect, yes, Member
I want to
Angeles.
be clarified. Engineer Poblete signature is not may not be recognized by other. Are you aware of that?
I will not answer for that one.
Are you aware of that?
Yes, I will.
You are aware of that.
Yes.
Now, so in other words, there are sectors wherein signature of Poblete is not being recognized because he is not the.
Pero sa akong pagkatanaw, sir, he is qualified. He is, because he appointed
Yeah, but
us.
if you are aware that the signature of Poblete is not being recognized by some sector, then in other words, this group does not recognize Engineer
Maybe-
Poblete to head OBO.
Maybe mo file na siguro sila og complaints or something para mo answer si attorney o sama.
But why is it Attorney Poblete is not around?
I don't know po. Maybe na sa
Huh?
meeting. I don't know, sir.
He is absent now.
He is present siguro.
Oh, if he's present, why is it that he does appear before the city council?
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
That's why
Member.
we are Mr. Chair.
Yes, Member
Yeah,
Cabrera.
that's why, Engineer, that's why we're asking. Something happens, who's responsible person in terms of the Office of the Building Official?
Siyempre, the building official. Usa.
Who?
Ang responsible. If na mga problema nga mahitabo, daghan
But
man
he is not properly designated.
I don't know po. Kinsa may designated yun? Siya man. But ilan ang yung question? The legality.
Mr. Chair, last
Yes,
question,
Member-
please.
Member Osmani.
Architect, you had mentioned that you are one of the applicants
Yes, po.
for the position of OBO, no? And there are 3 in all.
Yes, po.
You mentioned also earlier, which you have all submitted since August but has not been acted upon. Would you know the others?
Yes. Former mentor of mine, Engineer Josefa Ilanan.
She's here.
Yes,
Well, she's
po.
here. And would you know?
And then Engineer Niva Bayokot from the EPW.
So, but not engineer, Attorney Poblete did not apply. Okay,
May we know
thank
what's
you.
the stage now of the processing of your
Wala.
For interview pa, sir.
interview? So you have already undergone the interview from
Wala pa.
PSB? Well,
Wala
not
pa.
yet.
Not
I
yet.
see.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Member Wenceslao.
Architect, nalakoy gamay pangutana.
Yes, sir.
As I understand, this ordinance establishing and adopting a paperless application process, if the application is not conforming or non-compliant, it goes to the zoning board for review, no? Is that right?
Ang amua lang sa office is magbase lang mi sa ato ang National Building Code and the local ordinance.
Yeah, but if there are certain
Na ay certain nga mga
requisites that are not conforming or non-compliant,
Moagi
wagim
sila
yun
sa
sa zoning board. So, ang ako lang pangutana, if this paperless application, dili ba lisod sa zoning board to peruse it kung adto ni i-review dito?
Dili man sir kay we required one set of building plans and supporting documents. So naagyapon tong usa ka set. Giles lang nato.
Anay gapi hard copy.
Imbis nga unom usan na lang ang ato ang dawat.
Okay.
Naikauban with the scene.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have no more questions. We can now excuse
Thank you, sir.
Architect Catalan. Thank you, Architect Catalan.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have some more speakers, Madam Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chair. By now, we have 3 speakers, but our second speaker, we will call the representative from the Cebu Chamber of Commerce.
Cebu Chamber.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gary Paloma.
Mr. Paloma, you're now recognized.
Honorable Chair, Vice Mayor, Honorable Member of the August Body, I'm Gary Paloma, External Division, External Affairs Division of the Cebu Chamber of Commerce. Just would like to inform the August Body that based on the survey we conducted among our members, majority are in favor of the proposed ordinance of Councilor Cabarubias. Thank you.
Thank you for that manifestation. Any question? So, who's the next speaker? Madam
Our
Secretary?
last speaker is Engineer Brian Pastilan of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers.
Engineer Pastilan, you're now recognized. Please take the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, and also the Honorable Council, Honorable Cabarbias. Thank you, sir, for this proposal or this ordinance. Firstly, I am also representing IIE Cebu chapter, Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers. I'm also a electrical designer. So we had this meeting also about this, sir, but we are still not in full support because there are still some questions we'd like to raise. No? So firstly, if I may, I will pose this question to Architect Catalan. Sir, how about we understood there's also one hard copy signed and sealed, no? But what about the soft copies? Is it going to be the scanned copy of the original copy, or is it just a digital signature? How about also the seals of the other plans? So that's, we need to clarify. And still also the authenticity of these plans, the soft copies, since they will just be, if I assume, they will just be digital signatures, so does it qualify to be authentic already? No, because the tendency sometimes the working crew of a certain designer will just copy paste those signatures without their knowledge. So that's a loophole. And lastly, will this not be in conflict with the national law when it requires really the hard copies, or does it need to revise the national law for this ordinance to be in consonance with the national law? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Cabrubias, please take note of those observations. Any question? So there's being no question, you're now excused.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. There's still one more who signified to speak, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
The Architect Valentino Vergara of the UAP Raja Humabon chapter.
Architect Barbara, you are now recognized.
Mr. Chair, before he can speak, I just wanted to know what provision of the National Building Code that would be used in our final deliberation. Just submit to the Secretariat what particular provision of the National Building Code.
Please take note. Okay, Engineer, you have now the floor.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and these honorable councils. I am architect. I want to reiterate that I am Architect Valentino Vergara, President of Raja Humabon chapter. Then we, the architects, especially in our chapter, are very glad that this system will be implemented through the authorship of Bob Barobias. Thank you very much, sir. Then, and I want also to rectify the word paperless because we still need to submit one set of paper. So maybe less paper. So I think there are some questions regarding how to implement it, and I think it can be resolved with we have an implementing rules and regulations. But for us, we are very glad and we are very happy that this is implemented so that we save time, effort, and also the parking areas, parking space, which is very hard to parking sometimes. So from the Radio Humabon chapter, 100% this system is acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect. Any question? There being no question, the Architect is now excused.
Mr. Chairman.
Move to terminate.
Yes, there's a
Mr.
motion
Chairman.
to terminate by Member Angeles. Seconded.
Chairman, before terminating, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, before.
No,
let's have the seconded. Seconded by Member Abelia. Discussion now, Member Cabrubias.
Mr. Chairman, this paperless, Mr. Chairman, is not really less paperless, but it is less paper because we have to submit one. However, Mr. Chairman, this is now the first step because, we don't have yet the digital signature. That digital signature, Mr. Chairman, it will take about 2 persons who will qualify. They will have to take an examination for that. So, Mr. Chairman, maybe 3 years from now, we will go to paperless, Mr. Full implementation.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member Cabrubias. Member Gabuya.
I have seen Engineer Ilanan, Mr. Chair, and he's been in OBO for quite time, Mr. Chair. Can we request her to be on the podium to listen to her inputs, Mr. Chair?
Member Ilanan?
Elementarily, Mr. Chair, I think we have already
Yes, there's a
terminated
motion
the
to
public hearing.
Motion
Just
to
move
terminate.
we have not terminated it yet, Mr. Chair.
We are on the discussion portion.
Yeah. I will be asking for a reconsideration for that matter, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion.
Because her input might be very helpful to us regarding to this
Member
particular
Angeles,
ordinance.
would you yield to the... Okay, there's a motion for reconsideration. Okay.
So I would like to request Engineer Ilanan to be on podium.
Vice Mayor Labelia, members of the City Council, maayong buntag. And I'm happy nga gipatawag ko appeal because I have concerns also. Being the former building official, I am aware of the requirements of the National Building Code regarding the number of documents that will have to be submitted. Now, in the code, there is a requirement for 5 sets of applications which are to be signed originally. One is the building official's copy, of which all documents there will have to be in original form, for the reason that if there are cases that might need the documents to be submitted in court, it has to be that building official's copy. The second copy is what we call the enforcement copy. That enforcement copy, again, will contain some documents signed, especially the plans, will have to be signed and sealed originally by the practitioner and the applicant. The same copy will be used by the building official during the time that they will conduct the inspection, whether while the construction is in progress or the construction is completed. The third copy is the research copy. This is still required to contain original or photocopy documents, except for those mga land titles. This copy will have to be forwarded to the office of the city assessor. Okay, this copy is very important because the city assessor can check on the progress of the building while it is still also during completion because of the assessments that they might need. So they need not ask the copy from the building official. And the fourth copy is what we call the owner's copy. The owner's copy is original in the sense that if naka-loan, the banks or whatever offices that they need to transact with will have to contain also original signatures. And paperless, or I would rather say less paper processing in OBO is very much a dream. For a long time, the city did not address a place for, or a bodega for all these documents. And I am afraid if the court will ask us a copy of the permit in 1977 or in 1979 or in the 80s, we cannot produce it anymore. More often, kasabaan lang yung taon mi sa korte, nganong wala na yung original. But magpasalamat in some cases that I had been to, nasolbar naman po without the city being penalized for such. And also, I am speaking, I'm glad you patawag, kay PICE Cebu chapter is also commissioning me to represent the chapter being the director and to inform the city that PICE is in full support of the proposed ordinance, but with some revisions later on to perfect the ordinance. And in addition to the question of what is the requirement of a building official, of course, civil engineer or architect, because there's an ongoing legal battle between the architect and the civil engineer. Second, he must be able to practice within 5 years. And there is that requirement also that he must have had seminars, attended seminars regarding the National Building Code.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Mr.
Member
Chair.
De Los Santos.
If I may ask, you said you were the former office of the building official.
Yes, Your Honor.
May I know what is your position now?
My present position is that I am the Assistant City Engineer of Cebu City.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to, from
Member Andalas.
what's really the problem of OBO now?
Oh, several, Your Honor.
There are several.
Yes.
And
One
the problem is very serious.
Serious, I should say.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Member Archibald
For
Senior.
the longest time, Engineer Ilanan has been with OBO. I'd like to ask Engineer Ilanan, did you apply for the position of OBO?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Yes.
Engineer, where are you assigned now?
It's CCTO, Your Honor.
Sorry?
CCTO, the former CTOM.
What? CCTO?
Yes.
What is your position again?
Assistant City Engineer, but with the designation as to help CCTO. So the building is being discussed. So there I can help. But most of the time I'm signing the leave of absences administratively.
When were you reassigned at CCTO?
Almost 2 years ago.
May I know what's the reason of your reassignment?
According to my memorandum, I am needed there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Engineer Ilanan, you
Yes,
made
sir.
mention of some reservations on this proposed ordinance. Can you submit so that that will be incorporated and discussed thoroughly during the final deliberation?
Yes, Your Honor, because I was just informed last night, so I
Yes.
texted some of those engineers and architects who are in my phone book because I know they're interested.
Please
to come
submit
in.
it to the
Yes, Your
proponent.
Honor.
Thank you,
Yes, Your Honor.
Engineer Ilanan. So any more question to Engineer Ilanan? There being no more question, you're now excused,
Thank you.
Engineer Ilanan. So let's proceed now to the, I think there was was there a corollary
To
motion?
terminate, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, termination.
Move
yes,
to
a motion.
terminate.
Terminate, seconded by Member De Los Santos. Discussion, objection. There being none, the
Mr.
motion.
Chairman,
is-
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Corollary motion?
Corollary motion.
Corollary motion, Member Archibald Senior.
Move to request the city mayor to fill in and hire the position for the OBO and the city architect as required by the national laws and the city ordinances.
Second.
There's a motion of Member Archibald Senior to fill up the positions of OBO and architect, city architect, seconded by Member De Los Santos.
Discussion, Mr. Chair.
Discussion, Member
I
Carrillo.
think I correctly heard, coming from the speakers, that it was already open, meaning to say the city mayor already opened the position, but I think the interview have not yet started. So it's actually the interview and the qualification of those who applied. That means it's under the PSB.
It's processed.
under
This
the
this is
PSB.
processed.
So it should be addressed to PSB to fast track the hiring, the interview, and the qualification of on who shall be the city the OBO head.
Member
Mr.
Archibald,
Chair.
would you yield to the suggestion of Member Carillo that insofar as the OBO is concerned, it should be addressed to the
Mr. Chairman,
The
this is just a
PSB, yes.
request for the mayor because you know the mayor is actually the head of the PSB, and basically, well, there's a
I
representative.
don't think there's any harm, Member
Yeah.
Carillo, if we just
We will
address,
include
yes.
also PSB, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I will
and
agree, Mr.
jointly
Chairman.
with PSB. And Abella, seconded by Member De Los Santos, discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried. 2 minutes recess. Let's start now. Session is now resumed. Member Carrillo, how many would like to deliver a privilege speech? Member Carrillo, then Member Andales, then I think Member Cabrubias is also, yes, 3. So we need to, suspend the House rules to pave the way for 3 privilege speeches. Seconded by Member Osmeña. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried. Let's start from Member Carrillo, Member Andales, and Member Cabrubias in that order. Member Carrillo, you are now recognized.
Mr. Chairman, members of this august body, people in the gallery, maayong buntag natong tanan. I rise on a personal and collective privilege on the issue of the SRP payment. Sometime in 1995, Mr. Chair, Cebu City contracted a loan to JICA through OECF at the amount of 12,315 billion yen. 12,315 million yen. The City of Cebu entered this loan for the establishment of SRP, which at the time was about 2.8 billion roughly. 20 years have passed. The city was paying for 15 years, more or less, at the amount of 7 billion. And to the foreign exchange difference at 800 million. After 20 years passed and 15 years of paying of more than 7 billion, our loan with JICA remain at 2.4 billion, Mr. Chair. The issue on the SRP payment has prompted this representation to rise on a question of privilege, as there is a seeming disagreement between these, our members of this august body, and the executive as to how to deal with the loan payment, whether we pay the amortization, the yearly amortization of 500 million, or settle the loan in its entirety at 2.4 billion. It is worthwhile to mention that in March of 1996, the City of Cebu entered into a subsidiary loan agreement with Land Bank, JICA on OECF loan. And in this agreement, under 6.6, Article 6.6 of this agreement, it states, the borrower, meaning to say the City of Cebu, shall not sell or dispose 51% of the 330 hectares of the coastal road properties while the loan is still in force, and unless the proceeds of the sale shall be used to pay the lender and OECF in full. Meaning to say, under the agreement, the lender discourages the City of Cebu from selling the entire amount. But as the need arises, the city may sell and dispose said property as long as the borrower, JICA, will be paid in full if the city intends to sell more than 50% of 51% of the entire SRP project. To date, Mr. Chair, out of 330 hectares, if we deduct the Pan A, which is 60 hectares, we have 270 hectares. Less the open space, we actually have 189 hectares available. Half of that is 94.5 hectares, At present date, Mr. Chair, we have disposed around 125 hectares. 45 hectares of that we have sold to SM and Ayala Group of Companies. 30 hectares of that to SM, 10 hectares to PhilInvest, and 40 hectares with the joint agreement we have with PhilInvest. A total of 125 hectares. Plus, we have disposed 12.7 hectares. The 5 hectares goes to DPWH, another 5 hectares to UP, and 2 hectares to the Department of Health, and 7,000 square meters to Court of Appeals. In other words, we have disposed 142 hectares and 7,000 square meters, way above of our limit of 94.5, which is 50% of the lots that we are supposed to be disposed, Mr. Chair. Considering that the factual backdraft, it is now become a contractual obligation of the city to pay our loan in its entirety, considering that we have disposed more than half of the land of SRP, and considering more that we have in our coffers more than 8 billion proceeds from the sales of SRP. It is but proper for this Sangguniang to extend the authority to our chief executive to settle the entire amount of 2.4 billion coming from the sale of SRP in accordance with the 1990 with the supplemental contractual supplemental agreement we had with JICA, Mr. Chair. Hence, with this premise, I urge my colleagues that we set aside our political difference and color and urge our chief executive, the mayor, to settle our loan in full and authorize him to pay the 2.4 billion of SRP loan. With that, Mr. Chair, I move for the approval of the resolution. So move, Mr. Chair.
Second. There's a motion of Member Carrillo, seconded by Member Archibald Sr. Discussion. Discussion, Member Andales.
Yeah. I just want to know, how will we pay the 2.8 billion?
2.4, I think.
2.4.
2.4.
Okay. What is your proposal? I mean, as the proponent, how do we pay this?
From the available funds of the city. I think, according to our loan agreement, it should be paid from the proceeds of the sale or disposition of the SRP lots. Since we have, I think, 8 billion or more in our coffers from the sale, I think it is imperative upon our contractual obligation to settle the same in the same breath that it is being meant in the contractual obligation.
Yeah, but the question here is that there is a pending case before the court wherein Mr. Torres questioned that the proceeds of the sale was not based on ordinance, which is unsolicited proposal, but based on a resolution, which is public bidding, which is still pending before the court. There is no finality yet of the judgment. So we cannot really tackle over the proceeds of the sale, which is based on a questionable, procedure. Until such time there will be a finality of judgment, then perhaps we can tackle on that. Meanwhile, precisely the Committee on Budget and Finance is asking the Executive Department to look for other funds other than the proceeds of the sale, which is now pending before the court. If
Mr. Chair.
there is another fund that we can really have to pay, the 2.4 billion, then perhaps the City Council approve that. I mean,
Mr. Chair.
It seems that the mayor wanted us to proceed with supplemental budget for 2015. I mean, that is both an academic, Mr. Chair. We are now 2016. Now, supplemental budget, the fact, the word supplemental is only accessory to the annual budget, which is the principal budget for 2015. Now, we have already passed the budget, annual budget for 2016, based on, according to inaction of the executive department to sign. Within the 10-day period, then it becomes, by operation of law, an ordinance itself, a law by itself. And then, that is why, to act on Supplemental Budget 1, which 2015, which the mayor wants to compel us, I mean, he cannot do that. Why? Because this is decisional action on the part of the city council. This is not a ministerial act of the city council when the mayor can dictate the city council what to do. I mean, there is a separation of power between the executive and the legislative in this area.
Thank you, Member Andales.
To answer, Mr. Let me answer first.
Then Member Osmeña, you answer first.
First, Mr. Chair, on where should we source the payment, the contractual obligation specifically stated from the sale and proceeds of the sale and disposition of SRP. Since we have more than 8 billion from the proceeds and sale of the SRP, then it is equitably right to pay it from that amount, Mr. Chair. I'm just asking and for us to comply. What is in our contractual obligation? Otherwise, we violate the contract we have that we both parties have signed. Second, Mr. Chair, on the issue of pendency of the case, I think in the last session, I vividly remember Member Andales cited the presumption of legality of ordinances and resolution we passed. He even cited Ioga case, and recently there's a case of Robredo that the Supreme Court has vividly pronounced the presumption of ordinances and resolution we passed. That means unless and until the courts of law will invalidate resolutions and our ordinances that we pass, said resolution and ordinances enjoy the validity and legality, Mr. Chair. He is talking about a pendency of an appeal made by Mr. Torres, who have lost his case in the regional trial court. Mr. Chair, that has no bearing. At the moment, we have to respect our contractual obligation. We have to respect the fact that we entered into a contract. Since we entered into a contract, it is our moral and legal obligation to comply with the same. Since we have 8 billion pesos in funds coming from the proceeds, then it is our obligation, legal and factual, to comply with the same coming from the same source. And finally, Mr. Chair, as far as we are concerned, we already in part utilized the proceeds. In the last budget, Mr. Chair, in the annual budget, we have stated there that we will be utilizing the 4.5 billion from the sale of SRP. In part, Mr. Chair, we already have utilized that, Mr. Chair. So, in all legal and contractual effect, it is our legal
Mr.
obligation to settle this, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Member Osmeña,
I
please.
will not talk on the legal side because I'm not a lawyer. But yes, but may I just answer that? Yes, we approved for 2015 as a source of funds 4.5 billion from the sale, from the proceeds of the sale. But that was before the court case. But again, I will not discuss that. But yes, I agree with Member Carrillo that we have a statutory and contractual obligation on the part to pay. One of which is the amortization that is due on February 20. On the premise that you were stating, Member Carrillo, that we have already sold or disposed of 51%, correct, of the SRP. Therefore, we are obliged, or part of the loan agreement or the supplemental loan agreement is that we pay off the whole loan. Am I correct?
From the proceeds.
Yes, from the proceeds. If that were so, that happened in August of last year. Yes? That we received the 8.3 billion pesos. After that, Land Bank still accepted our amortization on August 20. That was the amortization, not the full payment. They did not demand for a full payment. And now, the mayor is asking them to demand from us a full payment on the premise that we have sold 51% of the SRP. Where is that demand letter? In the meantime, we do have a statutory, a contractual obligation in the original loan agreement that we have to pay every February 20 and August 20 of every year. They accepted the August 20, 2015 amortization even after we received the 8.4 or 8.3 billion. They did not tell us pay off the whole loan. And we have always considered, and it has been termed, the payment of the loan as a prepayment, meaning it is not yet due, right? It has always been termed as a prepayment, and the very word pre itself denotes that it is not yet due. So the demand letter of Land Bank asking from us to pay off the whole loan does not exist. So why should we consider that a contractual obligation when it is not yet done? But in the meantime, let us go back. No, yes, you asked us not to be political. I also asked that last week. No, I also asked that last week in my privileged speech. There is one thing we cannot ignore, no matter what we say today. What we cannot ignore is that there is a amortization that is due on February 20 of this year. In the meantime, you say that the case of Romulo Torres is, I don't know, maybe it's really not valid. On the other hand, we are also being sued by Attorney Joey Daluz. One is suing us, telling us, I'm just going to say this in layman's language, if I may. One is telling us, you better not use the proceeds from the sale of the SRP. On the other hand, the other one is saying, you better use it. So we're here and we're there. It's in court. I mean, one case may be totally useless as far as you're concerned, but the other one that is filed by your party mate, Attorney Daluz, against us, is certainly not, I'm sure in your eyes, is a valid case. And so why don't we wait for that? Maybe we'll all be guilty for those in charge, and I don't know what will happen to us, no? But it is in court. But again, I will go back. The contractual obligation is due on February 20. We do have the money to pay. That is not a basis of argument between any of us. It is just how we call it as a source of funds. And we have already suggested, and I will emphasize the word suggested, I will emphasize the word recommended, because I know the mayor is very sensitive about being told what to do. We are not telling him what to do. In fact, if you remember, that in the last week's session, we had asked that we sit down with the local finance committee. And when I was asked, when can we do it, I said, this afternoon. But it was our presiding officer, our chair himself, who said, let's do it tomorrow, Thursday, so I can sign the resolution. It never happened because as I was following it up, and I think the chair will confirm this with him, I followed it up Wednesday night, Thursday morning, Thursday afternoon. In the end, budget officer and the city treasurer were not given the authority to sit down. So let's just stick to what we have to pay now. There is a letter from the Land Bank of the Philippines, from what I understand and what I read in the news, demanding that we pay the amortization on February 20.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Member Osmeña. So, Member Carrillo,
these
you're
are
joined.
actually legal obligations, Mr. Chair. I know that in a contractual obligation, if we are not or unable to pay the monthly, the yearly, or the amortization, the entire contractual obligation becomes full and due and demandable. And likewise, we don't need demand to settle our obligation. It is in the contractual obligation that we really need to pay the entire amount. But at any rate, Mr. Chair, since these are more of a legal item, it is better and more wise to refer these items to our city attorney or probably to our local finance committee to act whether or not which mode of settlement are we going to address, whether the obligation, the amortization, or the payment of the entire amount as laid down in the subsidiary contract we entered into with Land Bank and JICA, Mr. Chair.
Member Andales, please.
I just want to make a rejoinder. Although according to the Speaker, there is that obligation that the proceeds of the sale should pay the amortization loan, that is assuming that there is no question as far as the legality, validity of the sale. Now, this crop up now because of the case of Torres. So we cannot go on with the case. Now, Daluz filed a case of mandamus against the BOPK councilors, and he asking for injunction. He never, the court did not issue any injunctive relief up to this point in time. Therefore, how can we act now? There's a case now pending, and the mayor wants us to approve, deliberate on Supplemental Budget 1 2015. That is moot and academic as far as we're concerned because we have passed already Supplemental Budget 2 in 2015. And under our charter, Cebu Charter, and the local government code, nobody can compel us to deliberate Supplemental Budget 1 because that is discretionary on our part, not ministerial on the part of the Sangguniang Panglungsod. And we have already extensively, intensively and intelligently deliberate the said Supplemental Budget 1 way back on October 7, 2015. There were several attempts, 6 attempts on the part of the city councilors to approve Supplemental Budget 1. But according to the Vice Mayor, presiding officer, that has long been killed.
I'm not talking about the supplemental budget, Mr. Chair. I'm just talking about our contractual obligation with the Land Bank and OACF and JICA, Mr. Chair, which is under our subsidiary agreement, Mr. Chair, which we entered in March of 1996. Mr. Chair, this is a separate thing, Mr. Chair. The supplemental budget has other items aside from the loan payment, Mr. Chair. What I'm talking about is only the contractual obligation of the city, which is the 2.4 billion, Mr. Chair.
Okay. That is why we address this to the office of the mayor. But it seems the office of the mayor is very adamant. It seems that he's very arrogant. He wants to stay put on his stand that you have to approve Supplemental Budget 1 2015, which we will not do that. Why? Because there is a pending case now against us. So we are appealing.
I think we have heard
the
enough.
department to
just
look
like
for other funds.
We have heard enough.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Yes.
If
yes,
possible,
Member
Mr.
Bacta.
Chairman, we will end the discussion, or we will have a 1-minute recess, Mr. Chairman, so that we can solve this matter, Mr. Chairman.
So there's a pending motion of Member Carrillo, then 1-minute recess. Okay na? We are still on the privileged speeches portion. It's already almost 12 o'clock. Session resumed. Member Carrillo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
With the agreement coming from the members of this august body, refer the privileged speech to the city legal, to the committee on legal, committee on laws, and probably to local finance committee. So move, Mr. Chair.
So
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I would suggest that just have it noted, because city legal never defended us. They shy away from defending the city councilors.
The chairman on the committee on laws will certainly defend us.
They're so biased.
Chair. So I think the main motion is to urge the authorize. So you withdraw
Just
that
to
motion.
note.
You have to
To
withdraw
note.
that motion because there's a mandate that was that precipitated the discussion, that pending motion. So you have to withdraw that main motion first. Withdraw that main motion, and then what's now the
With that, Mr. Chair, it is only urging the it's just urging, Mr. Chair, the chief executive to settle.
Urging, so without authorizing. You mean to
Without
say.
authorizing,
As
urging.
amended.
And,
Okay. So, Member Andales, would you agree to a suggestion to just remove the word arrogant because, this is a Madam Secretary, please delete the use of the word arrogant.
And the
That is the
second resolution, Mr. Chair, refer this matter to the city legal, the chairman on the committee on laws and the local finance committee. So move, Mr. Chair.
There's an omnibus motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, member, discussion?
Discussion, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
I object on the second motion, Mr. Chairman. Any referral to the city legal office or to the
Member
local
Carrillo,
finance
there's an
committee.
objection to the second motion. Would you agree to withdrawal of the second motion, or would you have it decided by the
Just withdraw the second
motion?
resolution. Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you, Member Carrillo. Only urging the executive. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried. Next privilege speech, Member Andales.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all, presiding officer, colleagues in the 13th Sangguniang Panglungsod, people in the gallery. I take this in a personal and collective privilege because of the disturbing fact that Executive Assistant 4, Anesito Abi Cantorias, who is the head of Cebu City Investment Promotion Center, who is adjacent to my office, second floor. And under in a newspaper recently designated as a media bureau head of UNA regional headquarters in Cebu City, made a fundraising activity for and in behalf of Cebu City Medical Center, CCMC, dubbed as Cebu City Open Hip Hop Showdown at Robinson Galleria last February 11, 2016. It is disturbing in the sense that several fundraising activities for and in the name of CCMC had been made by the executive department, by other organizations, this time by Anesito Cantorias, who is an employee of Cebu City, but for political purposes, by inviting UNA candidates. Thus, I am asking, how much amount was raised during the fundraising? Was there a liquidation of the amount raised during the previous fundraising activity for and in behalf of CCMC? Was the fundraising sanctioned by the Commission on Election, considering that the national campaign period had started? And clearly, they were inviting UNA candidates. Proline Daklan of Cebu the Civil Service Commission, Region 7, Public Assistant Division Chief, invoke the provision of the Civil Service Code, wherein there's a warning to all government employees not to campaign for and against any candidate or political aspirant, including in the provision are those employees of the national agencies and the local government units shall not campaign for any political party to avoid administrative penalty, which includes suspension, dismissal from service, depending on the extent of the violation, coupled with the fact that we have also Republic Act 7613, the Code of Conduct of Ethical Standards for Public Employees and officials, which includes that prohibition from engaging in electioneering. With this, Mr. Chair, I am constrained to ask Anesito Cantorias to provide us the amount raised during the fundraising and to provide us also his appointment as the Executive Assistant for. He has a monthly income of 42,000 pesos and a casual at that. And the letter of invitation to all barangay officials to attend the foregoing event. I move to note this, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion to note by Member Angeles, seconded. Member Archibald Senior, discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chair, one of the contents of privileged speech of Member Andales is to request for the...
Yes, pass it the corollary motion.
Yeah, Mr. I think it's best to address it to our City Treasurer's Office.
Go ahead, please.
So, corollary motion for
Corollary
that,
motion, Member Gabuya Jr.
So, move to request the Treasurer's Office to submit to this August body the proceeds of that event intended for CCMC, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion, Member Gabuya Jr., seconded by Member Cabrera. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Corollary motion,
Corollary
Mr.
motion,
Chair.
Member Osmeña.
To give Mr. Cantorias the opportunity to explain himself, and so that if any questions may be raised that he can answer, may I request then for an executive session or his appearance before this City Council, Mr. Chair? Whatever appearance or whatever is more
session.
appropriate, Mr. An
There's a motion
executive
for the
session,
holding of
Mr.
an
Chair.
executive session, particularly to invite Mr. Cantorias to shed light on this issue. Seconded by Member Archibald Senior. Discussion, objection. So can we have the...
May we have a date, please?
Can we have it on March 2, Mr. Chair?
March 2nd. Member Osmeña?
Yes.
Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Member
in that
Dizon.
executive session or appearance, Mr. Chairman, may we also invite any representative from DSWS, because this humble representation sponsored an ordinance setting the guidelines on donation campaigns initiated by City Hall. So we would like to know if the proper steps and processes are being followed in doing that fundraising event. So may we request the SWS to be included in that session.
DSWS.
Possibly include Treasurer's Office also.
Treasurer's Office also. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried. Next,
Mr. Chair.
what's the next?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Uh,
oh, yeah, already there. Yes, corollary motion,
consideration-
Member Cabrera.
Yeah, consideration, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yes, another motion, Mr. Chair,
Motion.
to include a representative from Comelec, Mr. Chair.
Representative from?
Comelec.
Comelec.
Region 7.
City, region? Yes.
City,
City Comelec representative. So let's hear now from the third speaker. Privileged motion, privileged speech. Member Cabarubias, you have now the floor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Member of the media, my colleagues of this council, our presiding officer, Honorable Vice Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, happy and good morning.
Happy.
Listening is the beginning of understanding, and its medium through either in print, radio, TV, and social media, which promotes transparency. Mr. Chairman, 3 sessions ago,
Honorable Member Andales made a motion to look into our video streaming. I humbly inform that we already have an audio streaming through Skype, just logged to Babcab. Also explain that we have had tried our link to our video provider output, but the output is analog. Should be digital in order for us to link to the to YouTube. Thanks to our PIO officer, Juju Labilia, for lending us his personal converter for free. The other issue is our bandwidth. However, Mr. Tads Ordista, department head of MIX, will allocate a higher bandwidth every session. Terex Cabalquinto, our webmaster, links our video digital output to a free video provider, YouTube, and embedded it to our website. The viewers has two options. Number one, they can access to YouTube. Then they will just type Cebu City Council live streaming. Secondly, to our website, www.cebucity.gov.ph. It should be noted, Mr. Chairman, that our viewers, if they have a low bandwidth, there be a loading time or a delay. Note to move my privileged speech, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion to note. So Member Cabarrubia, seconded.
Chair.
Member Abelia. Discussion.
Chair.
Member Gabuya.
First of all, Mr. Chair, I would like to thank the paperless privileged speech of Bob Cobbs, Mr. Chair. Now, I would just like to know, Mr. Chair, if there's a way to determine who are those 9 watching now.
We cannot identify those people because I think it's only they just put the number of the viewers who are viewing our session.
Because how I wish Member Cantorias could watch this privileged speech now, so that we no longer needs to invite him.
Any discussion? Discussion.
First of all, congratulations, Councilor Cabarobias, for this very exemplary initiative. Some suggestions. Number one, mahimo bang sa atong YouTube channel nga nag-carry sa atong session sa City Council, butangan diha og space for kanang comments, reactions, no? Para ang atong mga constituents doon na po sila higayon nga makahatag sa ilang mga suggestions, comments sa atong session ba.
It is noted. We have here our webmaster, Terex Cabalquinto, will be doing a research on that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Member Dizon. So, any more questions? So we can now excuse Member Cabarubias. Thank you, Member Cabarubias. Do we hear any
motion to lift the
motion to lift the suspension of our rules? Seconded, Member Osmeña. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried. What's the next order of business? What's the pleasure of the body? It's already 11. Shall we proceed? Okay, proceed to, yes. The next order of business, Madam.
Item H, committee reports. For item number 1, we have the Committee on Social Services.
Social Services. Member Osmeña, how many committee reports? None. Member Andales, none also?
I have
Four. One. Okay, Social Services, please. Member Hapson.
Mr. Chair. I refer to the Committee on Social Services for comments and recommendations and to look into the membership of the task force, because the existing functions of the Anti-Medicancy Board and the Commission for the Welfare and Protection of Children have likewise the same functions as stated in the Executive Order number 16-3, dated January 20, 2016, entitled An Order Establishing the Office for the Implementation of the Sustainable Poverty Reduction and Economic Elevation and Sustainable Poverty Reduction and Economic Elevation and Development Spread Program for Better Life in Cebu City, otherwise known as the Spread for Better Life Office. Observation and comments. The committee has observed that last year there were more mendicants in the street dwellers in the uptown and downtown area of the city compared to the previous years. Being a highly urbanized city, Cebu City attracts more migrants, mendicants, and street dwellers who come here in the hope of a better life. Although we cannot stop these people from coming to our city, there is a need to control and monitor them. Creating another special body does not solve the problem of mendicants, street dwellers, vagrant, and other street hazards and nuisances. We have already an anti-mendicancy board, the Commission for the Welfare and Protection of Children, and the Department of Social Welfare Services that handles the plight of these people. Based on Section 3, Powers and Functions of City Ordinance Number 1840, Section 3, Duties and Functions of City Ordinance Number 1726, and Section 4, Tasks and Functions of Executive Order Number 16-3, there is a similarity of duties. Thus, spread is redundant or duplication of City Ordinance 1840 and with City Ordinance Number 1726. This committee instead suggests that the augmentation of personnel of the Anti-Mendicancy Board so that it could implement and enforce their tasks as per Section 3 of City Ordinance Number 1840, and for the DSWS to intensify their comprehensive program for street children, street families, and indigenous people, and the Balik Provincial Program. Recommendations. First, resolve to approve this committee report. Second, resolve further to authorize the acting secretary to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to furnish copy of this report to the Office of the City Administrator to take into consideration the comments and observation of the committee. So move, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member Hapson, seconded by Member Cabrera. Discussion. Objection. There being none, the motion.
Next, we have committee report from the Committee on Education.
Member Dizon, please.
Only one report, Mr. Chairman. Refer to the Committee on Education, Science, and Technology for comments and recommendation resolution number 7-001 series of 2016 of the local school board supporting and endorsing to the Sangguniang Panlungsod the acquisition of a lot located at Purok 1, Barangay San Jose, Cebu City as the future site of San Jose Elementary School and to utilize the old school building as the future site of San Jose High School. Comments and observations. For the possible acquisition of the lot located at Purok 1, Barangay San Jose, Cebu City as the future site of San Jose Elementary School, the committee notes that the local school board resolution and endorsing the said acquisition is not accompanied by any other document. The committee recommends that the following documents be attached for review and recommendation. Number 1, lot owner's intent to sale. Number 2, vicinity map and sketch plan. Number 3, copy of the lot certificate of title. And number 4, declaration of the real property. The committee further recommends geological scoping survey should still be undertaken to identify the most likely natural geologic hazards that could affect the school site, since a flat terrain is not an assurance of safety from geologic and natural hazards. For the proposed utilization of the school building as the future site of San Jose High School, the committee does not oppose the proposal as long as the proper preparations for the site, infrastructure, and facilities are made prior to the conversion. In view of the foregoing, the committee recommends the following resolutions. Resolve to approve this committee report. Resolve further to authorize the acting secretary of the Sangguniang Panlungsod to furnish copies of this resolution to the local school board and the Department of Education, Cebu City Division, for their information and guidance. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion of Member Dizon, seconded by Member Archibald Sr. Discussion. Objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Next, we have committee reports from the Committee on Laws.
Member Andales, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First committee report. Refer to Committee on Laws, Ordinances, and Public Accountability and Good Government for comments and recommendation. The herein letter of Ms. Diwa B. Cuevas, OIC, City Treasurer, requesting for clarification of SB Resolution number 13-0025-2015 on whether the property owners are allowed to redeem their properties by paying tax delinquency plus accumulated interest and other administrative costs, or they may have to undergo the process of bidding as required under City Ordinance number 2363 for them to recover ownership of their specific properties. Comments and observation. The committee notes that the letter of Ms. Diwa B. Cuevas, dated December 27, 2015, seeking enlightenment as to whether the property owners are allowed just simply redeem their properties or they have to undergo the process of bidding as required under City Ordinance 2363 for them to recover ownership of their properties, unquote. The statement, quote, this committee interposes no objection to the request exclusively for the 36 property owners to redeem their specific properties as long as there is compliance of Section 4 thereof, unquote. In its committee report, per SP Resolution number 13-0025-2015, dated July 8, 2015, implies that the real property owners may redeem their property subject to the applicable provisions of Section 4 of Cebu City Ordinance number 2363, which does not imply for them to undergo the process of bidding to recover their properties. There is no schedule yet as to when auction for forfeited properties at this point in time. Let them pay tax delinquencies, interest, and other administrative costs. Recommendation resolved to approve this committee report. Resolved finally to authorize the Board Secretary to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to furnish copies of this report to the proponent, City Treasurer's Office, Assessor's Office, and other concerned parties. So moved, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member Angeles, seconded Member Abella. Discussion. So there will be no public bidding anymore?
No public bidding.
On this 36
because
yes.
According to Ms. Diwa, it's tedious process. We have not yet scheduled yet.
For as long as it will not
Yeah.
okay. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Second committee report, Mr. Chair. Refer to Committee on Laws, Ordinances, and Public Accountability and Good Government for comments and recommendation therein letter of Mr. Lorenzo P. Gabuya of Barangay Basak Pardo, the city, enumerating in details the concern of the heirs of the late Petronilo Gabuya on the alleged acts perpetuated by a group of persons identified primarily as members of Dahu Owners Association led by their president Sarip Sultan Alunto and some personnel of Cebu City's Division for Welfare and Urban Poor, or DWOF, last November 11, 2015. Comments and observation. The committee is confronted with the letter of Mr. Lorenzo Gabuya of Barangay Basak Pardo, Cebu City, as among the heirs of the late Petronilo Gabuya, wherein members of the Dauha Homeowners Association, led by their president Sarip Sultan Alunto, with the help of some personnel of the WOF, allowed, tolerated the entry of the members of the Muslim Visayas Dahu Homeowners Association Incorporated in a privately owned lot denominated as lot number 4671-G, covered by TCT number 107-201-4001193. Per using the documents attached thereto, the heirs of Petronilo Gabuya have no other recourse except to go to court and file a suit against unlawful detainer or forcible entry in order to assert their rights as a lawful owner and actual occupant of the property. However, this committee would refrain from giving opinion as far as action ought to be taken against Attorney Colin Collins and the DUOF members, Acting Mayor Edgardo Labilia, since this is a personal action that ought to be filed against them in another forum. This committee would advise the heirs of Petronilo Gabuya to seek an assistance of a lawyer in order to pursue ejectment suit and to assert their rights as a lawful owner and possessor of the property against intruders of their land. Recommendation, resolved to approve this committee report. Resolved finally to authorize the Board Secretary to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to furnish copy of this report to the proponent Lorenzo Gabuya, DWOF, Honorable Edgardo Labilia, Sarip Sultan Alunto, and other concerned parties. So moved, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member Angeles, seconded by Member Osmeña. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Third committee report, referred to Committee on Laws, Ordinances, and Public Accountability and Good Government for comments and recommendation. Therein, first endorsement of Member Maria Nida C. Cabrera on the Barangay Resolution number 003, series of 2015 of Barangay Buhisan, the city, entitled an ordinance regulating ecotourism, entrance, environmental, and other user fees in Barangay Buhisan, Cebu City, and imposing penalties for violation thereof. The committee notes the aforesaid Barangay Ordinance of Barangay Buhisan, Cebu City, which aims to collect ecotourism entrance fees, environmental fees, and tour guide fees, and porters fees, and other users fees, which the committee renders report per SP Resolution number 1026/2015, dated October 21, 2015. However, the observation in this said committee report was not complied with, considering the attached barangay ordinance. To reiterate the observation of the previous report, considering the provisions of barangay ordinance and the pertinent provisions of the local government code, this committee observes the following, to wit: 1. Paragraph G, Section 3, Chapter 2 of Barangay Ordinance should be deleted or specified to avoid ambiguity. And 2. Subparagraphs A and F, Sections 2, Chapter 5 should be amended by excluding second and third offenses. A barangay does not have the power to cancel the business permit. Recommendation, resolved to approve this committee report, resolved to return the said Barangay Ordinance of Barangay Buhisan and consider the observation of this committee. Resolved finally to authorize the Board Secretary to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to furnish copies of this report to Barangay Buhisan, Cebu City, and other concerned parties. So moved, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member Angeles, seconded by Member Hapson. Discussion, objection. There being none, motion is carried.
Last committee report, Mr. Chair. Refer to Committee on Laws, Ordinance, and Public Accountability and Good Government for comments and recommendation. Therein proposed resolution of Member Gerardo A. Carillo and Member Nengel Hans Abilia authorizing Acting City Mayor Edgardo Labilia for and in behalf of the City of Cebu to sign a deed of absolute sale on the purchase of property owned by Mr. Quirino Caballero, utilized as access road from Sitio Biasong to Sitio Bandila, Barangay Bunbun, this city, releasing the amount of 8,050,000 pesos charged against the account number 1011-8201-013 for the payment of said property. Comments and observation. The committee notes the proposed resolution and deed of absolute sale, attached documents, and finds the provisions of the aforesaid deed of absolute sale to be compliant with the basic requirements needed in a written contract. However, the committee would suggest the following documents to be for its perusal before this August body will finally consider the proposed resolution. To it, 1. Latest certified copies of the original Certificate of Title number 3234, original Certificate of Title number 3235, and Transfer Certificate of Title number 6564. Second, sketch plan of the road lot traversing the aforesaid lots. Third, a court order declaring a judicial heirs of Roman Caballero. Recommendation resolved to approve this committee report. Resolved further to return the proposed resolution to the proponent and consider the observation of this committee. Resolved finally to authorize the City Secretary of Sangguniang Panglusod to furnish copies of his report to the proponents, Quirino Caballero, Office of the Mayor, and other concerned parties. So move, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion of Member Angeles, seconded by Member Abella. Discussion, objection.
Discussion, Mr. Chair.
Discussion, Member Carrillo.
I think the owners already complied with the certified true copy of the titles, Mr. Chair. And on the court order declaration of heirs, it is also stated or attached, it is annotated in the title itself, Mr. Chair. In fact, the city attorney, in their legal opinion, they mention about for the heirs to submit a, because in the order of the court, the heirs of Roman Caballero are spelled out. Emilia Caballero Rabago, Lydia Caballero, Quirino Caballero, and Herminia Caballero. The city attorney instead asked Roman Caballero to submit a special power of attorney authorizing him to sign the deed of sale. If that will suffice with the chairman on the Committee on Laws, then we will just ask them to submit the special power of attorney, whoever they would authorize to deal with the city. Because, Mr. Chair, this project actually is being undertaken by the DPWH, and in the area of the Caballero, the DPWH cannot proceed until that property is acquired by the city and paid by the city. Momentarily, they have halted the implementation of the project pending the acquisition of the city. So if the chairman on the Committee on Laws would agree that instead of the court order, submission of the court order, because it's already annotated in the title, we will ask instead Quirino Caballero to submit the special power of attorney authorizing him to sign for and behalf of the heirs, namely Emilia Caballero Rabago, Lydia Caballero, and Herminia Caballero. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member Angeles.
Well, I just want, although there's a certified copy, but that was in 2014 yet. We want to have a latest certified copy as of this year, 2016. We want to know whether there are
in the meantime, there are no encumbrances or annotations.
I want to make sure that everything is in its proper perspective.
No problem, Mr. Chair.
And the sketch plan also of the road map, traversing the aforesaid lots, it is not attached thereto also, Mr. Chair.
We will ask him because that was submitted during the appraisal. I think the sketch plan was actually done by our DEPW or engineering people, and it was submitted during the appraisal committee. But I think they will be able to submit this one, Mr. Chair. But instead of the court order, we will just ask them to submit the special power of attorney, if that would be okay.
Well, if they have a copy of the court order, I just want to make sure that we are really paying to the real party in interest.
Okay, thank you. Discussion, objection, there being a motion is carried. Any more committee reports?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We still have the ad hoc committee on PAGCOR funds.
How many? Next, the ad hoc committee will report next time. Thank you, Member Gabuya, for being gracious enough to. So, no more committee reports.
No more, Mr. Chair.
So, what's the pleasure of the
For break, Mr. Chairman.
And then what time we should?
30 minutes, Mr. Chair.
30 minutes break? No, 30 minutes. So we'll resume at 12:30? Okay.
Mr. Chair, reconsideration.
Yes, reconsideration.
Sorry. Just for the executive session.
Yes.
With Mr. Abby Canturias, may we also invite a representative of CCMC because they were the beneficiary.
Actually, okay. Include, please, CCMC.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
We start in about a minute. Mga 1 minute more na lang. The session will now come to order. Madam Secretary, what's the next order of business?
Item I, consideration of the present business. We have letters and endorsements from items 1 to 11.
Yes,
Madam
Mr. Chair,
Majority Leader,
I move to note items 1 to 11.
There's a motion to note by the Majority Leader, seconded by Member Angeles. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried. Madam Secretary, OMC, corollary motions.
On item 2, Mr. Chair,
Item 2, please.
I move to refer this to the proponent, Member Archival.
To the proponent on item 2, seconded by Member Cabrera. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
On item 3A, Mr. Chair,
Item 3A,
I move to refer this to Committee on Utilities, Mr. Chair.
also referral to the Committee on Utilities, seconded by Member Cabrera. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
What's
Mr. Chair, item
Yes, Member
3B,
Cabrera. Item
item 3B,
3B,
refer this to the Committee on
Utilities.
Utilities.
Referral to the Committee on Utilities, seconded by Member
But
Abelia.
Mr. Chair, but it's moot and academic. This is set for hearing on February 15.
Again,
Yeah.
we just have this
Move
noted.
to withdraw, Mr. Chair.
No, move to withdraw. Next item, oh yes, what's the next item?
Mr. Chair, item 5. Item 5,
Item 5,
move to approve this request, Mr. Chair.
what's the motion? But where is the, I think,
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, we
I
still
think
have
the
to
approval should be moved to approve the, move to authorize the mayor to sign in behalf of the city, the contract of lease in behalf, renewal of the contract of lease. If Member Cabrera would agree.
Yes, Mr. Chair,
So
and the same to authorize the mayor, Mr. Chair.
seconded by Member Abelia. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Item 6, Mr. Chair,
Item 6,
refer to the Committee on Laws.
referral to the Committee on Laws, seconded by Member Cabrera. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Number 7, Mr. Chair.
Number 7, Member Angeles.
Would request for executive session, wherein we have to request the presence of Mr. Lee, Adrian Lee, OBO officials, Cebu City Zoning Board, DWOOF,
And I think
DPWH.
I think the legal office must also be present because
Okay.
I think this
The
their
legal
opinion
also.
was the one used by OBO.
Okay. Can we have the date for executive session?
March 16, Mr. Chair.
March 16. Kindly take note of the personalities to be invited, Madam Secretary, as spelled out by Member Angeles.
Yeah, can we have earlier date?
Because we already have 2 on March 2, Mr. Chair. We don't have a session on March 9, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Member Usman.
Ask what the executive sessions are on. Oh, the one of Mr. Canturias, no?
Yeah, Canturias, and the other one is the rescheduled one with the appearance of the city legal on March 2.
For what?
The one that this
about the
conflict of
court
interest.
cases.
Yes, that's one.
I think that's quite heavy. These two are quite heavy.
Okay. So March 16,
March 16.
Mr. Chair.
March 16. Next item.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Member Osmani.
8A.
8A.
Request the EPW to conduct an ocular inspection and prepare the POE
Prepare POE.
for this, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Conduct ocular inspection and, if necessary, to prepare program of works and estimates. Seconded by a member. Unless discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
8B, Mr. Chair.
8B.
I move to refer this to Committee on Education and
City School Board.
and to Local School Board, Mr.
Local
Chair.
School Board.
Joint
Joint
referral.
referral. Committee on Education, Local School Board. Seconded by Member Cabrera. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Member Cabarubias.
8C, Mr. Chairman.
8C.
Refer to City Attorney, Mr. Chairman. So move.
8C. Refer to the City Attorney.
Executive.
Seconded?
Mr. Ch-
Yes, Member Cabrera.
If the proponent would agree, can we have an executive session on this, Mr. Chair? For item 8C.
So,
Yes.
so the
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We have an appropriate body for the conduct of the complaint of the barangay council
Committee on
as
Trade.
against their barangay chairman. I think this has to be referred first to that committee. We have a standard procedure for this, Mr. Chair. So it has to be referred to that committee, Mr. Chair. Committee on 3 North.
Member
Because this is south.
Cabarubias.
Bakayan ba ni?
Yield, Mr. Chairman.
Committee of 3.
Bakayan ni? Buo taop.
Utaop.
Uy, Bakayan. Bakayan ni. Oh, di Bakayan.
Buo
Councilor Bakayan di. Buo taop so north ni.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Member Osmania.
Question. Are we limited by the, is there an election ban
Which
on
one?
investigation? Does this apply to us?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Yeah, that's why, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I call for executive sessions na lang. So that they were
The
upper.
same. We might be...
Yeah.
Because this is a complaint.
We will not.
Just have this noted, and we just have this taken up after the ban, after the election.
We might be charged with an election offense if we will proceed with this. At any rate, I don't know, we submit to the sound discretion of the presiding officer.
We can just have this noted for a while, and or maybe refer this to the Committee on
Laws?
Barangay Affairs. Yeah. Committee on Barangay Affairs.
Siguro harm, siguro. I think, Mr. Chair, there's no harm actually of hearing the complaint, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Because
yes. Yeah.
We are not dealing on the, we are not making any decision or whatever, Mr. Chair. But I think executive session is, I think, in order for us to be apprised what is this complaint is all about.
Anyway, the complainant in the letter also is seeking the help of City Council to look into the transaction entered into with the barangay. Although he did not
Maybe
make
we can
mention
just
of any.
refer this to your committee and then submit a report on this. If there is a need for an investigation, we'll suspend until after the election ban shall have expired.
That's good. That's a good idea, Mr.
So lang i-refer on na nimo.
But the problem here is that we do not know who are the respondents.
Mr. Chair, I think the attachment here, Mr. Chair, is not an affidavit. It's not a verified complaint, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So we cannot even act on this. It's not a verified.
Precisely, we will conduct an executive session because anyway we will be only hearing what are their complaints. And probably we can...
Executive session. It's not an investigation, just to hear their complaints. Yes, executive session. 16, together on the 16th.
March 16, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Next item. Yes, members.
Consider, whom shall we invite?
This people.
The three
Yeah.
and the barangay captain, maybe?
I think so. Yeah, I should.
All the barangay officials na lang,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
All the barangay, yes.
Including the non-elected, the treasurer, the secretary,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Executive session. All the barangay officials. Next.
Okay, Mr. Chair, next.
Yes, please.
On 8D,
8D,
as in
D,
David.
yes.
I move to refer this to the ad hoc PAGCOR committee. PAGCOR
Referral
ad
to
hoc
the ad hoc
committee.
committee, seconded by member Wenceslao. Discussion, objection, and the motion is carried.
On item 8E, Mr. Chair.
8A.
I move to refer this to Committee on Peace and Public Order.
Committee on
And
Public
Safety.
Order and Safety,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
seconded by member Cabrera. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
On item 8F, Mr. Chair.
Item 8F,
I move to refer this to Committee on Environment, Mr. Chair.
Committee on Environment, seconded by member Cabrera. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
On 9, Mr. Chair.
9, please.
I move to refer this to Committee, to the Sports Commission, Mr. Chair.
And how about the Committee on Games?
And the Committee on Games. Joint
Joint.
referral, Mr.
Joint
Chair.
referral.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this item, Mr. Chair, a group of softball players went to my office requesting for a space for them to conduct a softball games during their practices, Mr. Chair. I think it's best to refer this to the SRP manager if they would be allowed to use a portion of SRP for their practices, Mr. Chairman. Because for the information of this August body, this is one of the sporting community who are depressed of the disapproval of the sports hub now we had just approved, Mr. and was vetoed by the mayor, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we would like to refer this to Bo Barques if they would be allowed temporarily to use the vacant space of the SRP for their practices.
Also,
jointly.
jointly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Member Osmeña.
Number 10.
10.
I move to refer this to the PAGCOR ad hoc committee, Mr.
Referral
Chair.
to the PAGCOR ad hoc committee, seconded. Member Cabrera. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
And on number 11, Mr.
Number
Chair,
11.
I move to refer this to the proponent, Member Cabarubias.
To the proponent, seconded by member Hapson. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried. So, Cynthia, are you okay now? Thank you. Welcome, welcome back. Come back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the honorable members of this august body. Item 12, proposed resolutions of Member De Los Santos.
Member De Los
For
Santos.
items 12A and B, referred to Committee on PAGCOR ad hoc, Mr. Chair.
Referral to the PAGCOR ad hoc committee on items A and B, seconded by member Abelia. Discussion, objection.
Discussion, Mr. Chair.
Discussion.
Just on item B, Mr. Chair.
Item B.
Yeah, the Sports Commission had requested me to have this item to be approved today, Mr. Chair, because the athletes who are bound for PNG will be on March 3 already, Mr. Chair, and we don't have session on next week. And at least if we are going to approve this, they still have time for the
With the
processing,
manifestation of Member Gabuya Jr., what's the pleasure of the body?
So I would like to ask this august body to exempt this item B. We will just pass this so that they have time for...
Member De Los Santos, would you yield instead of referral?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Anyway, they have complied with the CAF and all the other pertinent
I
documents.
peruse all the
Thank you, Mr.
documents,
Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Member De Los
an
Santos
order.
registered as a formal motion for approval, please.
For item B, Mr. Chair, moving for its approval.
There's a motion for approval on item B, seconded by Member Gabuya Jr. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Item 13, proposed resolutions of Member Dizon.
Member Dizon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to refer all the items under 13 to the Committee on Budget and Finance, Mr. Chairman, with a quick notation that resolution number A, resolutions letter A, G, I, and J is co-sponsored by Member De Los Santos. So move, Mr. Chairman.
A, J, and?
A, G, I, J. 4 resolutions, Mr. Chairman.
J. 4 resolution.
With Member De Los
Member
Santos.
De Los Santos. Please take note, Madam Secretary, on omnibus motion.
Noted,
of
Mr. Chair.
Member Dizon and certain items co-sponsored by Member De Los Santos. Seconded. Who seconds this? Member Osmeña. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
14.
Mr. Chair, consideration, Mr. Chair.
Reconsideration.
I'd like to ask the proponent, Mr. Chair, to change Abilia Homeowners Association to Abiliana Homeowners
Which
Association.
item, Member?
Item 13E.
13E. So it's not Abelia.
It's not Abilia Homeowners Associations, Abiliana Homeowners Association.
Noted, Mr. Chairman.
This is Sitio Abiliana. Yes.
And also,
Not
Mr.
Abelia.
Chair, move for reconsideration.
Reconsideration.
Item 12B, Mr. Chair.
12B.
With amendment, instead of ONG, it should be PNG, Mr. Chair.
PNG.
Close and
Okay.
open parentheses.
Take note of the corrections, minor corrections, Madam Secretary.
Noted, Mr. Chair.
Yes, next item, please.
14,
14.
proposed resolution and ordinances of Member Hapson.
Member Hapson, please.
Move to approve item 14A, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion to
Subject
approve.
to the submission of CAF, Mr. Chair.
Motion of Member Hapson's with the colatelia subject to the submission of the CAF. Seconded by Member Andeles. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Item 14B and C, Mr. Chair, refer to the Chairman Committee on Laws, Mr. Chair.
Referral to the Chairman, Committee on Laws, seconded by Member Abelia. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
15, proposed resolutions of Member Osmeña. Margarita
Member
Osmeña.
please. Margarita.
I move for the omnibus approval of items A, B, C, and D.
There's an omnibus motion of Member Osmeña, seconded by Member Gabuya Jr. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
16, proposed resolution of Member Andales.
Member Andeles, please.
Moving for its approval, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion for approval of Member Andeles, seconded by Member Dizon. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
17, proposed resolution of Member Wenceslao.
Member Wenceslao, please.
Moving for its approval, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion for approval, Member Wenceslao, seconded by Member Cabarubias. Discussion,
Discussion, Mr. Chair.
Member Osmeña.
It is mentioned here that there were revised annual investment programs, AIPs, for the years 2011, 12, and 13, but there is no attachment of the revised AIPs, Mr. Chair.
Member Wenceslao.
I think if I would like to ask the Secretariat, paska na mo gahapon ang katong revise annual. Oo.
Yes, Mr. Chair. It was scanned yesterday, Mr. Chair. Actually, I have here the copies, Mr. Chair. I have here the hard copy.
You have the hard copy pero wala ma-appeal sa...
Na-scan siya yesterday.
Na-scan? Siguro na... pero di ko maka-access diri...
Wala ma-open.
Di ma-open?
Because it's hard to.
So what's the pleasure? Shall we approve this with a condition or approve?
We will just approve this with the condition, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Member Osmeña?
I still have other issues, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead, please.
This is the same one that we that was proposed some time ago. This is the 29 million, I think, to be paid to the hauler.
Yes.
And we had been asking at that time if there was a contract between the city and the hauler, and there was none. So how can we be paying something that has no contract? And then number two, this is also the same issue that we had asked members, like some members of the executive office to appear, and they refused. For some reason, they did not appear in the executive session because we did have questions. Because the bulk of these unexpended balances again goes back to that walking excavator of 20 million, which we had approved in 2012, and we had even opened a letter of credit. But because the cost has since gone up in the past 3.5 years, so that they can no longer sell it to us at the original price. And so we were asking why, what happened, and no one has been able to answer. That's why we asked for an executive session, and it didn't happen because those we invited just did not show up. So may I, if the proponent will agree, can we just have these questions answered first before we approve?
Okay, no problem,
Member
Mr. Chair. I will yield, Mr. Chair. So what's the pleasure of the suggestion of Member Got, Mr. Chair, to
Number one,
conduct an executive session for this?
Thank you very much, Member Wenceslao. That we will look at the amended, no? You said AIPs for 2011, 12, and 13, that we have copies of those. And second, that we, again, invite to an executive session. The hauler here is, I think, Mr. Ryan Go of Aljoy.
I forgot the.
I believe it's.
I don't know the supplier, Mr. Chairman. I'm just what I'm sponsoring here is just story program.
Okay, I understand. Then can we invite then the back to explain to us why this was? Is it the back? I don't even. Let me just check the records, Miss. May I just give the invitees later on, Mr. Chair?
There will be an executive session on this, I think, on the 16th.
On the 16th
because it's
also.
not too heavy. 16th would be too heavy.
There are already 3 items
Three
for
already.
executive session on March 16.
Yes.
Wow.
March 16.
Do we have
Mr. Chair.
We won't have a session on the 9th.
We don't have a session on March 23. It's Holy Wednesday.
It's going to be holiday on the 24th. So 24th and 2nd of March, we don't have session. On the 9th, it's quite heavy.
Can we have a special session next week, sometime next week, Mr. Chairman?
How about March 3? Wala.
No. That's Thursday, Mr. Chair.
Thursday.
No, March 2.
March 2.
March 2.
We don't have session?
Yes, you'll be in. We have session on March 2. We have already 2. We have 2. March 2nd.
Kung March 2 na, duha pa kabok.
Anyway,
so pwede po usa.
We are not in a hurry. Why is it that we have to be in a hurry in the...
Pwede ra.
Take time.
Duha ra mga session.
So the next would be 23rd, because 16 is quite
Only
heavy.
Wednesday.
Unless, again,
Wednesday
unless
again.
there is a suggestion of Member Dizon that hold it in a day other than a session day.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
For the month of March,
Yes.
so there are 2 Wednesdays that we do not have sessions.
Yes.
So therefore, don't we have to make up?
Well, actually,
No?
the law says that it should be not less than 4, but if the reason for the not holding of the session is because of holidays, then it's not our fault. It's,
I see.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
can I ask also the proponent, Mr. Chair, on the previous transaction based on the utilizations of the appropriations of this 29 million?
Yes, that will
for
be taken up. Yes.
For the walking excavator, can I ask if the winning bidder was able to post ban? And where's the ban now?
Member Wenceslao, would it be
Mr.
too long?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not privy to the who is the winning bidder or
So that
whatever.
will be taken up during the executive
No,
resolution
Mr. Chair,
is
the
for
previous
reprogramming only.
appropriations, the previous appropriations of the working excavator, we're asking because they were awarded by this contract, Mr. Chair, and about the contracts and the bond.
I think it can be answered during the executive session. Because we will be
So we're-
calling the personalities of the Bids and Awards Committee.
So, what's the pleasure of the body? When do you want to have this? On the 23rd, that's also a Wednesday. It's a Holy Wednesday. 30. Would it be Member Wenceslao? It's too far.
More kaya bakante.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
March 30.
March 30, okay.
Okay.
So among, Mr. Chair, so among those that we would like to invite,
spell out
please.
the names.
Yes, I will now, because I have the ones who did not come. Senro. Grace Luardo. Ciset. Rolly Ardoza.
Engineer Ardosa.
As of now, Mr. Chair, those are the people.
Anyway,
Oh, and I'm sorry.
Yes.
And Attorney Ponce, Mr. Chair.
Attorney Ponce. March 30. Next.
18, proposed resolution of members Carillo and Abella.
Member Carillo and Abelia.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think this is together with Member Nida Cabrera. But before passing this, Mr. Chair, I would like to suspend the proceedings to allow the EMB to explain what is this project all about, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to suspend the House rules, seconded by Member Osmeña to pave the way for the EMB.
EMB.
EMB. Make a
DNR AMB.
presentation.
Chair.
Seconded, discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried. House rules suspended.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and all the honorable councilors of Cebu City Government, and thank you so much for this opportunity to share with you things which are not really being presented in the project proposal, because we presented this one to the Cebu City River Management Council out of, we ran out of time, but then there was this motion suggestion to pass a resolution and present to you, to the body. So here, just briefly, we took this picture. You may be familiar with this site. This is actually the mouth of Guadalupe River, and with this growing island of trash. And EMB, we have this Adopt a River program since 2010, and we ask establishments to sign the MOA with us, and together with the barangay, to adopt a certain portion of the river. But for Guadalupe, for the case of Guadalupe, gamay ra gyud kaayo ang ni commit, mostly ni commit for Butuanan River. And now we are actually proposing the WACMA, or Water Quality Management Area, for Guadalupe River, for the central office to release the funds. But we need to do something bigger, for the central office to approve and really to help the city government revitalize the river. And next, so this is actually the photo from the view seen from the SRP. Next. And the danger, because every day, this trash, in the process of decomposition, they deposit the toxins and byproducts of decomposition to the marine life, to our, water bodies. And aside from that, in the process of decomposition, greenhouse gases are being emitted. So we feel the urgency to really clean up and restore this part of the river. And we know for a fact that the problem is much bigger. We need to deal the problem at the grassroots level. But we need to start. We've learned that the Cebu City River Management Council have conducted the strategic planning last year, September. And us, sa Environmental Management Bureau, we also have plans. And since nauna og approve ang WACMA sa Butuan River, nauna na mo karon kanang we have this program. Just early this year, gi-present na mo sa board, the Ay Ang Butuanan project. And we also proposed this Cebugsay as a start. This is just to jumpstart what the Cebu City River Management Council and what we have planned for Guadalupe River, hoping that WACMA will be approved.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Chair, may I'm sorry to interrupt, but may I just know how long this will take?
I'll just go direct
because
to the point.
you said
Yes, yes.
earlier that you ran out of time with the presentation with the Cebu City River Management Council. I would like to suggest that they be the one to refer it to us because it is dependent upon them, you know, that what they decide, because they are the ones who are, this is their advocacy and they are the ones committed to find out what this is all about. And so based on the recommendation, the City Council will then be able to act.
Chair.
Because,
I have questions also, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Member Cabrera.
This project would be handled by the river management or AMB?
Actually, ma'am, we are proposing this program. No, our program, we want to realign our program with the program of the city. So we will
Yes.
be doing this thing hand in hand, no? So
Yeah,
us involving the establishments and also the local government units with the barangays because we cannot do it alone. So like,
but this is a one-day program.
this Sibugsay event, actually, this is just an introductory program event to a more holistic approach.
This is more on the prices of the activity you will conducted. I have questions, particularly
Yes, yes.
on the risk assessment to be conducted by the non-government
Uniting.
organizations,
Yes.
CUSW, which is
CUSW.
cost 50,000 pesos.
Yeah.
And the prices of the event is 45,000 pesos. And I have other questions also in terms of your project proposal on the team compositions. How many in each team? And in the volume of the waste garbage collected, because you only require number of 50 kilogram of rice sacks. How many sacks? Because you specify only the sack of 50 kilograms. So in each team, how many sacks to be needed based on your requirements? So I have some clarification
Yes,
on this, Mr. Chair. Kaya this is only a one-day affair, and I think it's not sustainable.
Okay, thank you
think-
so much.
Yes, in this resolution, Member Carrillo, you are proposing for an executive session.
Yes, with that, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think the presentation is quite lengthy, so we'll just have the executive session, and in that executive session, we will call the River Management Council. So also to, for their comments and recommendation.
And then maybe if you can furnish us in advance copies of this project proposal so that we
Yes.
can peruse and then we
We
can
will
have
just ask EMB to furnish the
furnish each and every member.
councilors, the members
Yes,
of the
so that
copy of the project
we
proposal.
can first go over this one,
Yes,
and then
okay.
with the time we can interact with you, propound some questions.
Yes, okay,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
And
We'll
I would
just-
like also to clarify, Mr. Chair, that there is an existing program by CMB.
Yes.
That can be pretty well addressed during the
Executive session. Thank you. Yes, sure.
Yes. CMB.
All the stakeholders must be given the opportunity.
So with that, Mr. Chair, I'm moving for approval item 18. I move to terminate the
Yes.
presentation, Mr. Chair.
Please pardon us,
Thank you.
because
Yeah.
it's quite a long day also, and I think there is a need for the members of the council to go over first this project proposal.
Okay, sir.
so
We'll
that
just
we can-
submit
we can
the
interact.
detailed
Please.
project proposal and not just the Sibugsay one-day event.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move to terminate the presentation. So move, Mr. Chair.
Motion, Member Sir. Seconded, Member Hapson. Discussion, objection.
And then moving for approval item 18 and set the presentation, the executive session on
Yes, there's a motion for the holding of
No,
executive
no.
session
Setting lang, executive session.
on
March 30 is
March 30.
March 30.
Seconded.
Mr. Chair, I think there are two resolutions here adopting and for the holding of.
No,
number two, the holding.
I'm moving first on the executive session.
Okay.
After the executive
The
session,
adopting.
then we can move for the adoption.
Executive session, March 30, seconded by Member Hapson. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried. Member Carrillo, is there any other motion? No more?
Defer to Musa.
I'll just defer the adoption of the project,
on the
Mr.
adoption
until
motion,
after the
executive
presentation,
session.
executive session.
19.
Can you please lift the there's a motion. There's a motion to lift the suspension, seconded by Member Ospenia. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Proposed resolution of Member Cabrera.
Member Cabrera, please.
Moving for its approval, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion for approval of Member Cabrera, seconded by Member Hapson. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Item 20. Proposed resolutions of Member Cabarubias.
Member Cabarubias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving for the omnibus approval of item 20, paragraph A and B. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Omnibus motion of Member Cabarubias, paragraph item 20A and B, seconded by Member Osmeña. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
21. Proposed resolution of Member Archibald Sr.
Member Archibald Sr., please.
Chairman, just like to give, well, you have already the whereas clauses, but just like to point the 7-point agenda which I have suggested. Well, in the first, for the energy, we're supposed to have a 5% decrease. However, because of the efficiency suggestions that we have, we're able to reduce it to about 14%. So before we're paying something like 516,000, now we're paying only 444,000. So we have about 72,000 savings in 1 month. If we continue to do this, we might probably end up to 100,000 per month savings. For the water, we're supposed to decrease it by 2,000. However, we increase it by 1,900 because of the sinulog, and that's understandable. And the other item that the city is paying about 11 million per month of the 25,000 street lights that we have, and we want to pay only 5,500,000, reducing it to 50%. We were able to submit. I was able to submit an ordinance to this effect, and hopefully we will have the public, the forum, so that hopefully it will be approved before the end of the term. And well, for the solid waste management at number 2, again, we were able to coordinate with the building administrator, and of course, all the councilors that they need to segregate, and that this is one thing we need to check. But I'll check also with the maintenance team. Now, for number 3, traffic and police concerns. There was this constant coordination with CCPO in order to craft measures and safety concerns. And fourth is that the remedy of the congestion and the improvement of the facilities. Where, Mr. Chairman, we were able to pass a resolution, which is 5098, approving the charging of the cover of the PAGCOR funds, the amount of 662,431 for the Mactan Rock to repair the wastewater treatment of BBRC. Hopefully, this will be completed in 2 months' time. Now, for number 5, the urban 4 concerns, measures for demolitions and relocation. Well, it's good to know that we were able to pass this ordinance by Councilor Dizon, but it was vetoed. And number 6, we have this drug problem in relation to the introduction of measures and strengthening TESDA. And we have this we have introduced the ordinance or institutionalizing the net metering program. Again, hopefully this would be implemented in the next 3 months. And lastly, the improvement of legislative functions. And we tasked the Committee of Information and Communication Technology headed by Member Cabarubias to improve and rehabilitate connectivity so that the City Council can be accessed through live streaming. And I think we have already heard from Councilor Cabarubias that it's already completed, and hopefully it will be practiced all the way. Then we have acknowledged achievements for the specific members of the City Council. Of course, no absences, and others, and approved 37 committee reports and 230 resolutions and 6 ordinances for the span of 60 days, Mr. Chairman. So in view of that, I'm moving for the approving for the a resolution, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion to approve by Member Archibald Sr.
Move to note, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion to note by Member Archibald, seconded by Member De Los Santos. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried. Next item, please.
Mr. Chairman, corollary motion, Mr. Chairman.
Corollary motion.
To commend. Corollary motion, Mr. Chairman. Move to commend former acting Vice Mayor Mr. Archibald for the job.
There's a motion to commend.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
To commend by, former acting Vice Mayor Mr. Archibald for this accomplishment, seconded by Member De Los Santos. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
Item 22, proposed resolution of Member Tumulak.
Member Tumulak,
Mr.
please.
Mr. Chairman, I move to refer this to the Committee on Budget and Finance, Mr. Chairman.
Referral to the Committee on Budget and Finance, seconded by Member Andales. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried.
23, final deliberation of the proposed ordinance of members Leah Hobson and Alvin Dizon entitled An Ordinance Granting 12,000 Pesos Annual Financial Assistance to All Qualified Senior Citizens of Cebu City and its guidelines for the distribution and providing funds thereof.
Member Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is together with Member Dizon and Member Gabuya, Mr. Chair.
Can you, before moving for the approval, can
Yes,
you give us a gist of this proposed measure?
Yes, it is the utmost interest of the Cebu City government to share the fruits of development to its constituents, especially to the senior citizens who have given much to the city during the prime of their life. Thus, the ordinance granting 12,000 pesos financial assistance to all qualified senior citizens of Cebu City and its guidelines for the distribution and providing funds thereof aims to help senior citizens on the cost of their maintenance, medicines, and other provisions regarding their health and extending to them a financial assistance by extending to them a financial assistance. This ordinance will also protect the city's finances to some senior citizens who are not residents of the city and who have availed and might avail of the financial assistance. The city was giving financial assistance to senior citizens during the time of former Mayor Tomas Osmeña in 2009, and no ordinance for the guidelines and procedure for the distributions has been passed. So my fellow colleagues in this august body, I humbly submit the proposed ordinance entitled An Ordinance Granting 12,000 Pesos Annual Assistance to all qualified senior citizens of Cebu City and its guidelines for the distribution and providing funds thereof, together with Member Alvin Dizon and Member Eugenio Gabuya, Mr. Chair. So move.
There's a motion of Member Hapson together with Member Dizon and Gabuya Jr., seconded by Member Abelia. Discussion.
Discussion, Mr. Chair.
Discussion. Member Carillo, then Member Osmeña.
Yes, Mr. Chair. In the qualification, it is stated here in B, must be a holder of original senior citizen identification card. Why are we requiring them to as a qualification. Isn't it that the OSCA already have the list for them? So why are we going to require them to submit, or they have the original senior citizen identification card? I think the listing of OSCA would be sufficient enough to qualify for those listed in this qualification.
Mr. Chair.
Member Hapson.
Yes, this is one of the qualifications since before, Mr. Chair, because there are some senior citizens who handled a OSCA ID which is not valid, Mr. Chair. There are mga dili gyud sila OSCA member, Mr. Chair. So before, so senior citizen siya, but he or she is not a resident from Cebu City. Murag gikopy ang ID sa OSCA before, Mr. Chair. That's why this is one of the qualification from OSCA, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, kung what I'm trying to say is that the OSCA must have the listing of the original holder of the ID, or they must have a list.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I understand the concern of Member Carrillo, but when you apply, di ba, you will fill up the financial assistance form together with the financial assistance form with that ID, so that the DSWS will double check the list from DSWS with that ID.
So DSWS doesn't have, I mean, what I'm trying to say, Mr. Chair, why do we require them to look for their senior citizen identification card when we already have the listing in our position, in our data?
Yes, that's true, Mr. Chair, but when the senior citizen will apply, di ba, na a form for the financial assistance, and then they will also submit the original for double checking only, Mr. Chair. We will not get the original ID, just for double checking, Mr. Chair.
Double checking?
That is the requirement since...
Personally, Mr. Chair, I cannot understand why this requirement is here when we have already the listing in our records, in our database.
Mr. Chair, in our database that is from OSCA, the one who will revalidate this assistance, this application will be the DSWS, Mr. Chair.
Can the DSWS and OSCA sit down between themselves?
Can we have a recess, please? Should we resume now? Session resumed. Yes, Member Hapson.
Yes, Mr. Chair. In the concern of Member Carillo, Mr. Chair, there are other barangays who issued senior citizens ID, Mr. Chair, but this is not OSCA ID, Mr. Chair.
Member Carillo.
Yes, Mr. Chair, as explained by Member Hapson.
Thank you, Member Carillo.
Yes, sir.
Any more concern? Member Andales.
If the proponents would agree, can we increase the 12,000 to 15,000 a year? What is 15,000? I mean, 1,000 a month. If you increase at 15,000, the senior citizen will get only 1,250. It's a small amount. And the medications and the maintenance of the senior citizens will
Yes,
always
Mr. Chair.
increase.
No problem with me, Mr. Chair.
Oh, very good.
Even 20,000, 50,000, but the problem is, I think we need more study on this, Mr. Chair. If we give 20,000 or 15,000, if makasustain ba for how many years, Mr. Chair? So, I think 12,000 is enough for now, Mr. Chair.
Also,
Mr. Chair, I agree with Member Andales to increase, but that would be call for a separate ordinance.
correct, because parliamentarily, if there is a substantial amendment and the proposed ordinance that has been already studied by the various committees, and I think the amount of 3,000 is quite substantial. So there's a need to have this.
Well, we are still in a deliberating deliberation, so we can perhaps amend or change.
It depends on the body.
Because I do believe this is the glamour of the senior. If indeed we love the senior citizens according to these whereases, fruits of development to each constituent. No.
Yes,
what is 1,250?
Member Osmeña.
Just for information, Mr. Chair, if we increase it by 3,000 more, that will mean an additional budget of 201,900,000. That's enough to pay our amortization on February 20.
I think we have 69,000 now, Member Osmeña.
67,300, Mr. Chair.
I mean,
so that's 201,900,000.
Member Carillo, that's the concern of Member Osmeña. Member Carillo, what's your concern?
Yes, I agree with Member Andales. There's a need for us to increase, but this has to be thoroughly studied, and that would need for a separate ordinance, knowing that this would become a substantial amendment of the ordinance, Mr. Chair. Today is the final reading, Mr. Chair. We are supposed to discuss what is being proposed, Mr. Chair. I agree changing or amending the amount, although beneficial to the senior citizen, but at the end of the day, this would become a substantial amendment of which parliamentarily this has to go back to the various committee for study, especially on Committee on Budget and Finance and other committees, Mr. Chair.
Anyway, this will not take effect this year. It will be given effectivity next year. Perhaps so we can have... there's a problem as Ma'am Dewa is concerned. You have money.
Mr. Chair.
The problem is the
Let's
prioritization.
listen to Member Andales first, because he is also a senior
prioritization of
citizen.
the payment. Sometimes this is the problem of the mayor. He always buy luxurious cars, even if it's not important. We have to give priority if indeed we are concerned about senior citizens.
Thank you, fellow senior citizen. Okay, Member Hobson.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's why, Mr. Chair, I passed this ordinance, Mr. Chair, because of that, our love for the senior citizen. But as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Chair, that no problem if we will give 20,000, even 50,000. It depends on the nabagyod tayo budget kung makasustain ta for pila ka years. If ever we will give 15 or 20,000, let's say next year, starting next year, and then we don't have thorough study for this budget, so basig di nata kahatag after pila ka years. Iga senior na ko, di na ako matagaan.
Let's have a
so that's why, Mr. Chair.
Session resumed. Session resumed. Yes, Member Hapson.
With that, Mr. Chair, I move to approve this ordinance together with Member Dizon and Member Gabuya, Mr. Chair.
Member seconded by Member Arcilia. Discuss it. Member Hapson, just minor corrections, no? Kuan lang ni. Would you agree to change thereof into therefore on the title? Therefore,
No
I think
problem,
the more
Mr.
appropriate
Chair.
therefore. And then on the third whereas clause, instead of the aged senior citizens, for the aged, among others, it's for the aged. And then on the section 3 purpose, just add S to the provision and other provisions. And on letter C, on section 5 qualifications, letter C must be a registered voter as of the year. As evidence, there should be a D on evidence. And in the case of bedridden senior, there should be no S because there's an IS, who is. So let's delete the S. A case of bedridden. Would you agree, Member?
No problem, Mr. Chair. Clerical, Mr. Chair.
And on the item on for all qualified applicants, on number 2, under privilege, however, if they commit again the same infraction and reapplies this time, their application will be denied or disapproved under privilege. Not R, it should be is because it's only the privilege. Is deemed. Agree, member? Is deemed forfeited. And on Section 7, Grievance Committee, the Grievance Committee, shall be composed, B, and then composed plus D, shall be composed. Agree, member?
No problem, Mr. Chair.
However,
So
if they
that-
commit, omit again.
Shall be composed.
No. However, if they commit the same infraction,
Which one?
you have to
Which
delete again. That
Which
is
one?
redundant.
Which one?
2. Last 3 sentence. However, if they commit again the same,
However, if they commit again the same infraction, and
so you have to omit again.
yes, that should be redundant.
Yeah.
So
If they commit the same infraction,
commit the same-
reapplies.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, if they commit the same, that's correct. Thank you, Member Andales, also for the contribution. I think that's about it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Member.
Since we're at it, however, if they commit the same infraction and reapply, hindi ba? Dayman.
Okay.
Comma.
Okay.
There should be a comma.
Okay.
This time, their application will be denied or...
Thank you, Member Osmeña, Member Andales, Member
Thank you.
Hapson. With that,
With that, Mr. Chair, moving for the approval, Mr. Chair.
seconded by Member Arcilia. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried. The ordinance of Member Hapson is hereby approved. Okay. There's a suggestion of mass. Member Hapson, would you yield? It's
Yes, no
proponent.
problem, Mr. Chair.
So approve in mass.
Item 24, final deliberation on the proposed ordinances of Member Alvin Dizon. There are 2 ordinances. The first ordinance is entitled An Ordinance Providing Incentives to Cebu City Public Schools Honor Graduates.
Let's hear from Member Dizon before.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
doing The approval.
Yes. On the first ordinance, Mr. Chairman, proposed ordinance, City Ordinance number 2424 grants incentives to all Cebu City scholars who graduate with honors. We approved this ordinance sometime last year, Mr. Chairman. The ordinance aims to reward hardworking students for their effort and to encourage others to excel in their studies. These representations deems it proper to extend the same benefit to all public school honor graduates. If we can reward college graduates, why can't we reward our elementary and secondary students? This kind of incentive, although it may seem small, aims to encourage students to study hard and develop good study habits. Undeniably, Mr. Chairman, students with good grades have better chances of adapting to the challenges and pressure of higher education. Furthermore, encouraging them to be good students is also a way that we help them become good citizens. Mr. Chairman, during the last public hearing, there were 3 issues raised by some members of this council. First, as to the question of Honorable Member Carrillo about the timeliness of the submission of the names of honor graduates. So we amended that particular section. So from 7 days, we increased it to 15 days. The period of submission of the final list of honor graduates. And to give ample time for the Department of Education, Cebu City Division, to inform the city government as to the number of potential graduates with honors. And I would also like to point out, Mr. Chairman, that it is not necessary that the cash will be given during the graduation. The honor graduates can be given vouchers, and the incentives will be processed through the payroll system. Number 2, as to the question raised by the Honorable Member Andales for transferees and non-Cebu City residents, this representation would like to say that we still give the incentive since the academic performance of the students, pupils, entitled them so. So there will be discrimination if we require residency. And finally, Mr. Chairman, as to the question raised by Member Cabrera, for those who have extracurricular achievements, this representation would like to point out that it would have to be a different legislative measure. So we cannot, unfortunately, with all due respect to Member Cabrera, we cannot incorporate it into the proposed ordinance. So with this, Mr. Chairman, I move for the approval of this proposed measure.
There's a motion of Member Dizon, seconded by Member Abella. Discussion.
Just
Discussion.
point,
Member
I have
Andres.
nothing against the ordinance. I just want concern about transferees. Now, students from private schools, of course, is more academically prepared compared to the public school students. Now, if they transfer, say, third year, high school, they're good in academic and they're excellent. They're given salutatorian, then it would be unfair on the part of what bona fide students, residents in that particular school. Why? Because academically, of course, they came from a private school compared to them in public schools. That is why we have to have the distinction here. Transferee might avail of these incentives compared to. That is only my concern there. I mean, we have to take note. Schools coming from private institution and public institutions, too different as of this point in time.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with the observation of Superintendent Dagatan during the public hearing in answer to the question raised by Member Andales. The good superintendent said that regardless of the residency, the students should still be given because the purpose of the ordinance is to acknowledge the performance and accomplishment of the students. As long as nga nakapasar siya sa requirements sa DepEd, nga gidawat siya ng eskwelahan, so it doesn't matter kung resident ba siya sa syudad o dili, basta ni graduate siya nga valedictorian, salutatorian, or honor graduate.
And
So,
if the chair may say, I think in public schools, they have also certain guidelines in granting
Yes.
valedictorian honors and
Yes.
salutatorian
Yeah.
honors. Because if you are a transferee, you just could not get right away. So there are certain standards.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
by the schools, by the public schools.
Chair.
Yes,
Chair.
Member Abelia. Please.
I would like to be very clear on this, Mr. Chair, because next year will be the start of K-12 program, and I heard that there will be 3 graduations First on the elementary, second on the junior high, and for the 11 and 12 for the senior high. So, well, are we going to give for the junior high and the senior high?
I think that was answered last. Member Dizon, kindly tell Member Abella how that was treated.
This coming March, there will be 2 graduation exercises, one for the elementary and one for the junior high school. Kaya wala pa may mo graduate sa senior high. So kung 2 years from now, nanay mo graduate sa senior high, duha lang gihapon kay murag dili naman ta mo recognize sa junior high school. So senior high na ta. Oo. So there will be only
so
2.
Actually, it's not graduation. They don't term
It's
it as
recognition
graduation.
or completion. Yes, moving up. Murag mao nay ko ang term.
Yes, Member Cabrera.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have no objection with this, Mr. Chair, but I just want to clarify, because as I observed during the graduation ceremony, Mr. Chair, there's a category in Section 2-2, item D, second honorable mention up to the 8
honorable mention.
8 honorable mention.
Yes.
Sometimes during this awarding of these honorable mentions, the one I mentioned on the recognitions should be included in the honorable mentions. For example, for the math, they're included in the honorable mentions. So how is it now? Does it includes also with these categories, Mr. Chair?
Member Dizon, please.
Well, as stated in the proposed measure, all second honorable mention up to the 8th honorable mention shall be entitled to receive 500 pesos. So,
based on their category, it's okay. It included here.
Yeah, and this proposed award system was forwarded to us by DepEd. So that is why I think we just followed what was recommended to us by DepEd.
Okay, thank you, Alben.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, any more questions? If there are no more questions, Member Dizon, kindly move.
I move for the approval of this proposed measure, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion, Member Dizon,
Second.
seconded by Member Abella. Discussion, objection, there being none, the motion is carried. The ordinance is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The second ordinance for final deliberation is entitled An Ordinance Providing for Graduation Fee Subsidy to All Public Daycare Centers in the City of Cebu.
Member Dizon, please.
The second ordinance, Mr. Chairman, is an ordinance providing for graduation fee subsidy to all public daycare centers in the City of Cebu. The city government, through City Ordinance number 2412, which was also approved last year, provides graduation fee subsidy at 150 pesos per student in all public elementary and secondary schools within the territorial jurisdiction of the city. This representation, together with Member Lay Hapson, believe that the same assistance should also be extended to all public daycare centers. Our public daycare centers provide a safe space for children while their parents work, safe play groups, early learning courses, and emotional and psychological support vital to our children's growth. I join my colleagues in this august body to support the passage of this ordinance. Our daycare students and teachers deserve our full support. This ordinance provides a very small amount of money to help our daycare centers with the usual expenses incurred during the graduation ceremonies. During the public hearing, Mr. Chairman, there were 2 major issues raised. First, as to the amount of the subsidy. So the proponents, to make it fairer, we have adjusted the computation to make it equitable for all the centers. The original proposal was a subsidy of 7,000 pesos per daycare center. So we changed it to 7,000 pesos for centers with 50 pupils or below, and 150 pesos per pupil for centers with more than 50 students or pupils. Second, as to the liquidation, we specified that the daycare centers will liquidate the expenses and the DSWS will consolidate the liquidation and the liquidation report, and the attached documents. With this, Mr. Chairman, together with Member Hapson, I move for the approval of this ordinance.
There's a motion for approval of Member Dizon together with Member Hapson, seconded by Member De Los Santos. Discussion, objection, discussion, Member Andres.
These statutory provisions, the graduation subsidy for the graduate school year 2015-16 shall be charged to city-sponsored activities under 2016 budget, annual budget. Is this covered in the city-sponsored activities? The 2 million? How much do we budget for city-sponsored activities?
We charge it to the city-sponsored activities, Mr. Chairman, with the account code number 1011-969-023.
How much is the that we budget into this year's annual budget? Because there are activities have been charged to city-sponsored activities. We want to know.
If the chairman, the Committee on Budget and Finance would know.
I'll have to check the records, Mr. Chair, because I can't remember if this was if it was itemized as such.
Yeah, because if it is not there, then it says it's mandatory word shall be charged. Supposing there's no budget there for 2016.
Yes, Member Osmeña.
As an itemized item, it was not stated, but there was a lump sum, 4 million left.
4 million. This is how much? 2 million?
Yes.
The subsidy will only cost us around 2 million, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes, please.
The 2 million, of course, is only half of the 4 million, but the problem may be that there may have been other charges already that went in ahead. So we will have to check on the what the status is on that, Mr. Chair.
Member Dizon, I think there's a suggestion to check it first, if there's sufficient funds for that. 1 week deferment, would it be fine with you to have it checked?
The problem is, Mr. Chairman, if we don't approve this proposed measure, we don't have a session next week, and
I see.
the graduation ceremonies is upcoming, Mr. Chairman. So
will they be
maybe ask Member Osmeña what would be the best action.
Yeah.
So that
they wanted to check it first.
Yeah.
Because if I remember correctly, Mr. Chair, out of the 4 million lump sum allocation, it may have already reached that amount as of this time, but I can always double check. Maybe just give me 30 minutes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Let's have this deferred for 30 minutes. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I stand corrected. There's a lump sum of 42.7 million.
Okay.
So, of which already 25, I think maybe 25 at least, was charged for the sinulog. Because sinulog is always the first item to be charged against that.
So it's still safe to charge the 2 million? Not safe yet, huh?
I think so, Mr. Chair. But cannot guarantee, but I think so, Mr. Chair.
Are there other resolutions before adjournment?
Wala na.
Wala na ba?
Amendment portion, Mr.
Amendment
Chair.
portion, will there be amendment portion? Yes, you have your... You won't have it anymore. Okay. Let's have a 2-minute recess so that we can discuss this.
Safe ra kaya na 2 million na gamay ra kaya.
my charter day 3 million, ha? Charter day 35.
Session resumed. Okay, Member
Mr. Chairman,
Dizon.
again, Mr. Chairman, moving for the approval
There's
of
a
the
motion for
proposed measure,
approval,
Mr.
seconded, Member Abel. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried. Ordinance approved.
Mass motion, Mr. Chairman.
Mass motion, approved in mass. Thank you. So, amendment portion. Do we have amendment portion?
Amendment
There being
portion,
none,
Councilor.
there's a motion to adjourn, Member Santos, seconded, Member Abella. Adjourn. Let's go now to the executive session because we have already resource speakers here.
Mr. Chairman, I have one amendment. Very short, Mr. Chairman.
Is that an amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
Move to suspend the House
There's a
rules,
motion
Mr.
to
Chairman.
suspend. Is that very important, Member Dizon?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
To express support to the Green Thumb Coalition during its launching activity on February 16, 2016 at Plaza Independencia. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion of Member Dizon, seconded Member Hapson. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried. Adjourn.
There's
another one.
Just to congratulate Top Notcher from University of San Jose de Coletos, Orestes Tapang Año, for garnering one of the top 10, no? With 81.90%. I think that would be all.
Motion of Member Andales, seconded by Member Abella. Discussion, objection. There being none, the motion is carried.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Member Carrillo.
consideration, it's just a change of the executive session from March 30 to March 2 for the AMB, Mr. Chair.
March 2.
I already conferred with the Secretariat, Mr. Chair.
Okay with you? Okay. So we'll go now to the executive session because these resource persons have been here since late this morning. So, Madam Secretary, let's proceed right away to the executive session.
Oh, sorry. Our first item on the executive session is the appearance of the representatives from the CCTO or Cebu City Transportation Office and the Robinson's Galleria Cebu in order to hear the view